This conference will now be recorded.
Welcome to day 2 of the kickoff meeting for the OGC Disaster Pilot 2021. And we were just extremely pleased at such a tremendous turnout yesterday. I have to say that I kind of hope we don't have that large of a turnout today, because we are going to try to have discussions, and we'll work a bit on the methodology for that. But hopefully we'll, between the chat and people discreetly using their video and audio, we'll be able to have a substantive discussion and not stomp on each other too terribly much. So we're just going to give it a try. So to recap from yesterday, we went through some of the design and logistics, had welcome from the team and the sponsors, and then pretty much stepped through very briefly what each of the participants are planning to bring to the table in terms of our extremely capable but still not completely defined ecosystem. And so now we will have that opportunity. So let me cover a couple of things. First of all, we are working on the observer arrangements. I know that a number of people clicked through the observer agreement and were not immediately added as observers to this project. So I think that's been taken care of. The non-member agreements we received, hopefully those were able to get the link for this day 2 meeting, and we'll make arrangements for them to have appropriate access in the future to the project materials. But there is, I think, an important distinction between those who are observing the pilot activities and those who are participating in it. So we'd ask the observers to observe. Feel free to email me, and if you have questions or contributions that you'd like to make, but we'll try to focus the collaboration itself on the participants. So I'll also say that there is in the portal project, and maybe somebody can put the link there, a kickoff files directory, and in there are 2 files which are the recording from yesterday, and another file which is the chat log from yesterday. So those who have access to the portal project, feel free to make use of those to follow up on what happened and what we have to do next. So let me go over what we're hoping to do today. And today is largely a discussion. So we would like to have some discussion on at least 2 topics of organizing and executing the pilot. So the limiting factor is so often in these projects data. So let's have a discussion for a while about data. What are analysis ready data sets and decision ready information or indicator products, and what can we make use of in that way? Okay. And the second discussion will be on those critical interchanges, the things that we're going to make use of OGC APIs, applications to the data paradigms in cloud platforms, and figure out from a technical, from a semantic, and also from an organizational perspective, how we bridge those gaps that have been identified in the value change to the value chain from the eyes in the sky to the feet on the ground. So we'll have a break then at noon for 15 minutes as yesterday, and then I'd like to turn to planning for the workshop that we will have in July. And I'll talk a bit about the idea that I have for that workshop and what we hope to get out of it, what we hope to put into it in order to get those out. And then 3 aspects of that, half an hour or so each, stakeholders and roles, the recipe development, and this distributed collaboration, the virtual mapping and analysis center. And so those are my initial suggestions for the topics for these planning sessions, but I'm quite open to ideas about what really needs to be settled or planned in order to carry off this workshop correctly. So any questions on what we're going to do today or comments at this juncture?
I'm Josh.
Yes.
Hey, good morning. This is Dave Jones. I had to get off early yesterday, so I wasn't able to provide an overview of the data sharing collaboration capability. If you'd like me to do that anytime today, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, actually, that was going to be the next topic after going over the agenda, is to turn to you guys. I'm sorry that we missed you yesterday, but we'll provide you guys time to cover your 2 contributions shortly after this. Okay, let's see. There's some comments about access to the portal, and it is true. Let's see. So I've added some of the participants, as many as I thought I could, but I'm looking at the portal project right now. Lehu, I think I still need to add you, and yes, Adrian as well. So don't worry about it. We'll provide that access shortly. And Roland, maybe you can help with those people who are showing up. Yeah, so I added the people who were the points of contact, and I believe, yeah, so I think we have a little bit of organization to do so that the lead participants from each organization are able to add their team members to the contact list. But we'll work that out by the end of today. We'll have that figured out. So certainly let me know. I have the attendee list here, but each of the points of contact, let me know who on your team also needs to be added, and we will take care of that. So we're still, working into the glide ramp of getting this pilot project up and running. So bear with us a little bit, and we'll get that set up. And Marie-Françoise is offering, if you put your request in the chat for access, then she or Roland should be able to take care of that. So thank you. Any other comments or questions at this juncture? Fantastic. Okay, so I've put up that patent call again. I don't think we need to do that each time. We'll do this for the first kickoff meeting as well. And really the understanding here is that we don't work with, material that is unable to be shared, but we do want to be aware if there are any issues and that there may need to be some agreement so that the information we're working with and the issues we're working on can be debated and worked on openly. Everybody's intellectual property remains their intellectual property, but the sharing and collaboration that we carry out, needs to be done legally. So feel free to take a look at the intellectual property rights policy that's listed on this page. If you have any questions, let me know, and we can go into more detail if there are issues or concerns about this. But we do this work at least among the membership and the participants openly, and we try to work in that spirit. So that said, so just a reminder of the schedule that we have this virtual kickoff meeting now, but we're focused on these other milestones. And there is an implicit set of milestones here which involve actually implementing and testing this material. So that's what we'll be doing starting tomorrow and proceeding through at least the end of October. So that's our time frame for gathering access to data, implementing the components and services, filling out the details of the scenarios that we're going to test those components about, and working out the cooperative arrangements with stakeholders to get their experience and feedback into those experiments that we will do, and events of trials and simulation and other ways that we can incorporate the use of these capabilities to really gain experience in what works and what doesn't work. So that said, let me turn to the two contributions that we were unable to cover yesterday from Storm Center. So one of those was D114, the mobile analysis and visualization component, and the other is D116, analysis, visualization, and collaboration component, the web desktop client application. So let's see. We have Dave Jones. Shall I make you presenter?
Sure, that'd be great, Josh. Thanks.
Okay, you are on.
Okay. Share my application here. Okay, here it is. Okay, is that all right?
Looks good, thank you.
Okay, good, thanks. So I'm just going to go through this real fast. I apologize for missing yesterday. I had a previous appointment to give a presentation. And so we're going to be bringing GeoCollaborate to the table for this disasters pilot. And I haven't played a lot with OGC in the past, so I thought I would just give everybody a quick background of my sort of qualifications or experiences. I'm the CEO of Storm Center Communications. We've been in business for about 21 years, located just north of Washington, D.C. I'm also the co-chair of the ESIP Disaster Lifecycle Cluster, where we're doing a lot of work following data from its collection to its curation to its use in decision making. We've also evolved over the last 3 years this concept of operational readiness levels for non-science experts, really just decision makers who have no experience with data, to start to trust data and information that they get so they can make rapid decisions. And so we're forming within ESIP this whole ecosystem of innovation to accelerate data from research into operations to really help. And we work with NOAA's JPSS program, specifically in their river, ice, and flooding initiative, and also their fire and smoke initiative. So we can put more NOAA data to work addressing these threats and hazards when they evolve. And so I'm going to continue on here just to show you what GeoCollaborate is about and what we're able to bring to the table here. If you think about presentations or you think about briefings that are given, very often currently the way they're given is by opening a whole ton of web browsers. And your web browser tabs might look like this one below, where you have 25 or 50 tabs open. But what GeoCollaborate does is it reaches into each one of those data portals. Anybody who has trusted data in a geospatial format that they want to offer and put up, we can extract that data and information and pull that into a mapping environment. So that's GeoCollaborate. So it's also collaborative across platforms. So across mobile devices, across tablets, across laptops, PCs, even supercomputers. If you have a web browser, that's all you need is a web browser to be on the same map at the same time, looking at the same data. From a user interface standpoint, GeoCollaborate has a leader. So you log in with credentials, and then you have an unlimited number of followers that can follow at the same time all through the web. This isn't screen sharing, it's actual geospatial data sharing. So when the leader displays data sets, all the followers will display those same data sets, and then they can query those data sets. So you're delivering science data into environments for people who may not even know that data exists. So it's a great way of making new types of data available into decision-making environments. And then down the bottom is the dashboard, where all the data layers on the left-hand side are staged by the leader. All they have to do is turn them on, and they'll appear in the dashboard, but the map doesn't follow in real time. You can sort of center the dashboard on geographic areas that you would like, so you can see data that's been updated there. So from a 10,000 foot standpoint, this is how it looks. There's trusted data sources out there in the internet. Hopefully a lot of data providers here in this disasters pilot will be providers, and we'll reach into those data sources, and then we can share them among all the decision makers in all of the for the sponsors and the application areas. This is a quick look at the operational readiness levels. I won't get into details here, but it's just 1 through 4. This was really driven by the utility industry here in the United States, where they really wanted to use more science data, but they didn't know how to interpret it. They didn't know how to understand it. They just want to trust it and understand what it means. So so we're evolving these, and it's gotten a lot of positive feedback. So that's great. I really look forward to participating in this. We're very excited. It's our first OGC pilot, and we're bringing a great technology to the table that we've evolved over the last 8 years under the Small Business Innovation Research Program of the U.S. federal government. And I just wanted to call everybody's attention to this paper that was just published on the call to action for global access to and harmonization of quality information of individual earth science data sets. It's great. It's an international effort, and it's really something that we're all proud of. So I'll call it there, Josh, and thanks for the few minutes.
Yeah, you're very welcome. So feel free to put that link into the chat so that others can make use of it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're quite excited to incorporate GeoCollaborate into the pilot ecosystem and work together to make use of some of the OGC APIs and data formats that may help to enhance its capabilities. So it's all about getting these things to work together, but we hope also to benefit all of us from yours and Storm Center's experience. I should also reiterate that we will have an ESIP summer meeting session. The week following the workshop, we'll do some, summary and some hopefully validation in a 90-minute session. That's Friday, the 23rd of July, as part of the ESIP summer meeting. So I trust you'll take part in that, and many others that we've worked with.
Looking forward to it. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to this. I would just say, because we have the opportunity, does anyone have questions for Dave at this time? We didn't really have time to do that yesterday, so it's a little unfair, but we'll have those opportunities for discussion and questions in our weekly meetings. So we'll finally get to that stage of being able to interact. Okay, where did this go?
I'll just jump in, Dean Hintz from SAFE. I'm just curious. I mean, we probably don't have time to get into a lot of detail, but I'm just curious, what are some of the fundamentals of what types of data sources you can add to that uh, collaborative map? Do you have to have access to lat long? Does it have to be tabular or structured in some way? I'm just curious, what are some of the fundamentals of what makes the difference between what can be included and what can't? If you can cover that in 30 seconds.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. We can pull in services like dynamic services or feature services that Esri puts out. We can pull in CSV files if there's separate columns for latitudes and longitudes. You can pull in web map tiles, other types of WMS requests. And it doesn't mean that that's the limit, though, in which we pull in. We only pull in formats that customers or we have a couple of prime contracts with federal agencies where they wanted us to pull in data, such as like NOAA's remote sensing division. When they fly their King Air aircraft to do damage assessments after hurricanes make landfall or big storms, as soon as they land and get their data uploaded to their servers, we're able to pull that in because that's a special web map tile service. So yeah, we're looking forward to just working with anybody here that has data to offer, and we can figure out if it makes sense to pull in. And when I say that, I mean because in low bandwidth environments, you have to be really careful about the size of the data sets that you want to pull in and share and how they're maybe chopped up into more efficient formats. So this will be a great pilot to take it all in and see what works well.
Yeah, very impressive. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks. Sure.
And of course, one of the aspects of those components that we hope will be implemented is the ability to work with geo packages as one way to deal with low bandwidth. So we'll see how that works out. So just to cover again a bit of the scope of this pilot, what we're trying to focus on, it's this value chain of provider data. And we just discussed some of the user end of the spectrum. And we're trying to get the provision of data by way of cloud platforms and the applications to the data means of processing it to bring that, quickly and at volume to the state where it can be used on the ground by these organizations. So that integrating and transforming provider data, and particularly through a paradigm of ARD and DRI services. So having data in formats that can be considered analysis ready, and having information products which have defined value as supporting decision making and action, particularly in the field, but certainly in theater, in the scene of the needs that are expressed. And we want to do that not only through those formats and those agreements on what that data consists of, but services which provide both the data itself and the metadata about it. So we're going to have, I think, some levels of metadata. So describing the specifications for those data products, the formats that they occur in, the services through which they're available, and information such as provenance and something about quality. So we want to not only have this quality of data and availability of data and diversity of data, but
Josh,
the definition of that. Yes?
Excuse me one sec. I'm sorry. Your display is only showing in the upper corner of the. It seems like you can move your window around, but we're only seeing just a few words in your PowerPoint.
That's not good. Let me detach it and retach it and see if it's happy. There.
That happened yesterday too, Josh, just a note.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, I think I cleverly moved the window while it was in the process of sharing it. So it's amazing how easily you can frustrate the best intentions of software providers. And we'll keep that in mind because that will happen to us frequently. So yeah, so ARD, DRI services, so data services, processing services, and metadata services. And we do have this need to make things, information about information, accessible. So keep that in mind. And then that last thing, the web search optimization. I didn't really talk a lot about that, and we'll have this as a work item, a work stream, but this really does depend on that, getting that data into a position where it can be used for the web search optimization. So to remind again, here are the three scenarios that we're focusing on. So landslide, flooding hazards, and pandemic impacts within the Rimac and Piura river basins in Peru, and then flooding hazards and pandemic impacts within the Red River Basin in Manitoba. So different continents, different climates, different circumstances, different organizations involved, but we hope thereby to figure out the commonalities. So both implement these scenarios and identify through that experience what is common, what can be applied to other hazards in other regions and other organizational contexts. So that's, 2 is the minimum that lets you look at commonalities and differences. So this is our degree of focus. And then the third scenario is really to focus on this implementation and testing of the health SDI model and services. So we're going to look at health data and data for a region of the United States, and we'll work out shortly with the sponsors and participants what region would be best to select for that, where we have the best availability of appropriate data that we can work with. So, but that will, largely be an exercise of, can we load this data in the health SDI component, and how can we combine it with Earth observation data and then work with it effectively? So mostly about that sort of test of the HSDI data model, and less about addressing particular circumstances on the ground with it. So again, to inform our discussions, the CFP focuses on 5 aspects of the emergency management and incident response cycles. The risk and vulnerability assessment and preparation. So these are, looking at the vulnerability of the populations and assets, the risks of the hazards, where are they and what magnitude are they? So that's work for which Earth observation and indicators of vulnerability, such as social vulnerability, can be devised and refined. And it's, an initial opportunity to maybe go heavy on the Earth observation, but do include some other, for example, demographic information or longer term public health information in order to create the indicators that address this. And then there's the monitoring. So this starts to speed up in terms of the time frame. So when a hazard may be identified as having an increased risk, that may be a fairly large area that we're looking for possible occurrences of disasters. And so here is quite likely where the need to step up the scale and speed of collection and processing and information delivery starts to occur, so that people are ready in case we get to the third step, which is the disaster detection and tracking. So looking at, for example, a landslide occurs, where does it occur? What is the extent and severity of the landslide? From that point, then we can start to look at the impact. So what is the impact on the landscape, on the settlements, on the population? And it turns out we'll be able to look at what is, for example, the impact on the ability for people to move away from the hazard and for relief to move into the hazard using the available transportation networks. And then finally, in terms of supporting decisions, so not necessarily tracking through an extended period of response and mitigation, but being able to provide the information that's needed for both the public and for responder and relief organizations to plan their activities, to decide what and how and where is their response, and what can they do to mitigate the impact of that disaster on the population. So we're looking at supporting decisions and awareness in all 5 of these stages of the emergency management, focusing on where Earth observation is helpful, combined with other information, and the speed and scale of escalation, the value of the cloud platforms and being able to move to cloud platforms and applications rapidly has the highest potential value. We'll chop it off somewhere here just to have a manageable scope. So as I said, it's the support of planning these activities and not necessarily at this point tracking those activities, but this is a somewhat flexible edge of the scope of activity depending on how hard or easy some of the rest of it is. So, and this is, as you're all too painfully familiar with, the expression of the components that are going to be provided and the interactions that we're going to want to work out, both in terms of the standards for data formats and the standards for the APIs that allow those data to be exchanged, the work around discovery and visibility, and the work with these limited bandwidth interactions, and how can we particularly enable these two-way interactions in situations of limited bandwidth. So with that, I'd like to throw open the floor to thoughts and discussions about what are we dealing with in terms of data, what work do we need to do, and what work do we need to build on in terms of what data is analysis ready, what's its provenance, its state, and its usability and applications, and then how might we distinguish that from decision-ready information? Now, there are a number of ways that we can decide this distinction. It is certainly possible that data which is ARD, which is ready for analysis, is also, clear and applicable enough to be used for decision making. But usually there is some interpretation that is involved in this transition. It may be as simple as we take analysis ready data, but we provide some symbolization, some classification, some annotation of that information to make it clearer what decisions can be based of. You know, these are the areas of the landslide or flooding impact. These are the areas not impacted, and so on. So even, you know, optical imagery, which, you know, is what you would see from up there, typically requires some enhancement, some let's say rendering, interpretation, uh, if not combination with other information, in order to really support decision makers by, you know, we can say in many cases non-experts. So some responders certainly are experienced in working with, you know, space-based EO imagery and other sorts of data, but for a broader audience, you know, I think generally we're looking at how can we incorporate that input and integration in order to make their jobs easier. So we have, I think, a reasonable number of participants and sponsors here. So with, you know, a little bit of courtesy, I think we can go ahead and use the audio and video. It does not have to be solely through the chat. There's a comment from Adam Martin, and if you'd like to elaborate on that, please feel free to go ahead.
Sure. Well, I mean, you touched on it in the sense of, you know, some ARD, if you're an image analyst or a certain type of persona, you might be looking at the data and be able to, you know, make some pretty important decisions. But if you're a field responder, you may not with that same data. So, you know, it seems like, you know, if we, for the purposes of the pilot, maybe we, you know, talk about certain personas, you know, that are assumed for decision ready information, or we have multiple definitions that are dependent on the persona that we're talking about.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And we have this. So I, you know, put this diagram down in our discussion of the planning workshop, but it is certainly applicable here. We do have this these distinctions where we have experts in the data itself, whether they're providers of the raw EO data, so let's say collectors of the data, and the product providers, and these may be the same organization, or there may be a middle stage where the raw EO data from you know, satellite provider is processed into what's considered an analysis ready data through spatial or spectral calibration, some of the other steps that might be involved in this commonality. And then, you know, we have somewhere in between, you know, how does that product become accessible to the field responders and decision makers? And so we insert this analyst role in between, the expert in the data who is also expert in the applications of that data, and or may just be very good at listening to the needs and requirements that the decision makers and the responders have to try to provide them the information they need.
So Josh, along those lines, maybe the DRI analyst doesn't care whether it's called ARD or DRI, right? It's digital information that they are responding to a particular need, trying to put together a certain workflow or app that meets the needs of the decision makers. Is that right?
Well, I think the idea is that you know, there is data that's available that may more but mostly less meet the immediate needs of the decision maker, and so that analyst is sitting in between there and saying, what do you need? Well, I need to know, what the level of impact from 0 to 100 is for each of these regions. And the analyst says, okay, what information can I use to construct that map that the decision maker can work with? And so
Right.
we're defining that map as decision ready information, and the analysis ready data as those inputs that the analyst can use and eventually turn into a production workflow that maybe continues to update that product. Does that make sense?
I guess so. Yeah. So you're defining ARD as the input to the DRI analyst, and the DRI is the output. I mean, I guess I could see it. Yeah. Well, like some web processing services that were developed independently of a DRI analyst could also be construed as DRI. No, or
Yes. So there are certainly existing indicators that for which there are workflows and production processes already in existence. And so one of the things that we want to do in the workshop next month is to identify those existing recipes and the workflows that produce them, and ask, how can they be part of this ecosystem? So they may be, so for example, there have been workflows for in the past, and I'm not that familiar with the state of the art right now, that used a workflow, but kind of a manual workflow to take various satellite imagery and figure out where there are active fires. So I think that's at much more at scale right now, but I think there may be other recipes and production workflows that would be useful for our scenarios, but are not set up to be brought up into the cloud and rapidly scaled and speeded up. And so that's one of the aspects we would like to look at is, an analyst did create these workflows, but how can we adopt them? So it doesn't have to be a process of creating decision-ready information from scratch. We certainly want to stand on the shoulders of expertise and workflows that have already been defined.
Josh, Dean here, just a quick comment. 2 points. One is, I think, it's a good summary diagram. In practice, I think in most practical situations, it's not going to be linear because you're going to have multiple steps to the analysis, and there might be several analysts who do things that what they produce is still not DRI or decision. It's not decision maker information. It might be precursor, and then there may also be. To illustrate that, like you might have feature extraction to figure out where there are trees blocking roads, and then somebody might take that information to figure out where their logistics routes can go for evacuation or supply. So there might be multiple steps before you actually have a transportation map that a decision maker could make use of. So that's one point. And the other one, and this is more just on the terminology, perhaps there is also an ARD analyst, because if we are thinking that ARD is more associated with the EO data, there may be some refinements and classification that you make to the imagery products. But I don't know, maybe that's DRI. So that's just kind of an open question.
Yeah, those are excellent questions. I agree that it's quite likely that the collaboration loop is more complex. I've certainly oversimplified it, and one of our tasks will be to figure out how to support and how to keep visible and accessible those sorts of more complex collaborations. And that's one of the things that a mapping and analysis center, that sort of physical center, is so good at. So that's somebody saying, well, I have this EO product. How is this helpful? Well, I'm not sure. Let me run this analysis procedure or this segmentation model on it and see if it gives us useful information. Oh, yep, it does. So, how could you use this? Well, can you classify these segments according to these criteria? Yeah, okay, now that's starting to look like a recipe that could be useful. Now I need to call out these two particular classes because these field responders need to know where those are. And so, that's a very simplistic example of that sort of interaction, that, collaboration and decision loop that can go from, here are EO products that we know of, not specific, just set up so that they can be used, to a very specific, decision support product that can be disseminated to the field. So I think we may need to, as I think Sebastian or Niall brought up, is flesh out these personas, these roles, and what actions they may take and what capabilities, what tools they would need to do that, to go ahead with that. And the other point I think you brought up was that I think we're starting in our collaboration with CIOS and others from a general concept of analysis-ready data and a specific specification, Card4L, which lays out spatial and spectral calibration and formats for optical, space-based imagery. I guess it could apply to aerial imagery as well. And I think there certainly is work extending that to other types of remote sensing, whether it's radar or passive microwave or others. But we have this general idea of analysis ready data, some specific specifications, and this idea that we want to be able to guide providers of data to do that provisioning in a way that can be brought into this analysis process. And that goes for ground-based data as well as space-based data. Yeah.
Hey, Josh, can I make a quick comment? Dave Borges, NASA.
Yes.
Yeah, I just, your comment a moment ago on CIOS, I just wanted to maybe clarify a little bit, because
please, yeah,
you did say it, but the CIOS community at large really is trying to move, started at a general concept of what does ARD mean to me, but is in fact and has gotten specific. And you mentioned specifications, and yeah, so there's it doesn't cover everything, but there are available product family specifications for both optical and radar space-based Earth observations now that have been agreed upon by the global, by CIOS, which is the global committee of most of the nation's space agencies around the world. So I just want to clarify that it is very specific when it comes to what CIOS means by ARD, and it's getting you from the intent on CIOS ARD is just getting you from just completely, we call it level one, but just the rawest Earth observation data, which is essentially useless to anybody except PhD scientists, to addressing some of the aspects that you said already of radiometric and cloud cover and this and that, just to get you to kind of what most of us would consider just baseline usable geospatial information. Thanks.
Yeah, that's great input. And yeah, so CIOS specs for ARD. That's a good point, Rich. And even that represents tremendous progress because there's been a lot of back and forth about, well, do you start analyzing at level 1 or level 2? Is level 2 too processed for real analysis? Well, I think those specifications go a long way towards giving that baseline. And so, correct me, object, and so on, but I think we want to start, if possible, from those products conforming to those specifications and start asking what's needed so that it can be integrated with other types of data as well, because we're really looking at some of what gets included as other data, things like classifications, feature identifications that can be used against imagery or to divide or summarize it.
Yeah, Josh. NASA sponsored perspective. That's dead on. We say it has been a tremendous amount of work, in fact, within the CIOS community. So we want to make sure that it's leveraged and taken advantage of as much as possible. Thanks.
Rich, do you want to weigh in here?
Well, I just wanted to. It'd be great to see those CIOS specs. And I guess I've been working in the Pangeo and ESIP communities, and we've been doing a lot of work on cloud optimized data of different types, not just imagery data, but tabular and more. And actually, most of the effort has been on sort of model output, n-dimensional array data, so weather, climate model, stuff like that. And we're sort of struggling to come up with these kind of specs. So it'd be great to see what CIOS has done, and maybe we could expand on those to cover multidimensional data, which would be fabulous. I think one of the interesting things here is, we used to standardize at the service level, and now we're trying to standardize at the data level. So we need standardized data sets and metadata, that's sitting in object storage, right? If we're going to execute these workflows most effectively and efficiently.
Josh, this is Mark, can I jump in here?
Yes, please.
So I was wondering if you could show that, you call it the overly simplified picture with the different layers.
Oh, this one, yes.
Yeah, no, the one you had a second right before that.
Okay, yeah, these are the
22,
personas.
I guess, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Rich mentioned it too, right, just now. So I'm thinking it's easier probably to talk about these things, when we're talking about it in the context of something like optical data. Number one, the one thing we know, right, is in any kind of DR scenario, especially going forward, there's going to be all kinds of data inputs, and that probably just kind of overly complicates things in order for us to have a kind of a discussion. So I tend to think of this in terms of raster, and then we had reference to cloud optimized data, and we have this whole history now, right, around things like cloud optimized geotiffs. And the word that comes to mind, and I'm trying to keep it higher level, is the word recipe. And I use that word recipe because if you look at something like COG, a lot of that's been around for a long time. It's essentially a recipe with kind of a maturation of the tools used to typically work with geotiffs, GDAL, right? Being able to work more directly with object storage, which again has been mentioned many times. So the way I see it, and on the right hand side it says, right, cloud store, cloud store, cloud store, right? But I think the point of it is, the DRI affected public at the top might not care whether the underlying source is, a data cube or a COG or MRF or whatever it is, right? But if you consider, for example, the ARD product owner and the EO data owner, the layers, kind of those two players. I don't know how to even say this, but so whoever is providing the data is going to be providing some kind of raw data that's convenient to the EO source provider, whoever the ARD product provider is looking at that data and is typically running some process on it so that's usable in the object store. So if we're just talking about going from, the simplest is it's aerial data, it's just a mosaic of the geotiffs, but they haven't been processed. If that's all we're talking about, right, we're just talking about what's the code that you use to cloud optimize the geotiffs, and having done that work, there's probably some raster index. Is that raster index shared? And so the keywords there would be: is it available as a stack index, or is it just in a Postgres database that you can share with me? Anyway, if you're just talking about that, those steps are relatively simple, and it makes sense. Between, for example, the data provider and the product provider, or the DRI analyst, a conversation that would be had at those levels. But at a high level, all we're really talking about is the data is stored in an object store, meaning, and I think the key word is loosely coupled, right? Along with there's metadata and all the a clear description of the tooling available, or what exactly tools are available to do that. The best case is that that's all available as a script, and so any of those processes, somebody may run that process and provide the data. It's for example, it's cog data now, but because they did their job well, right? This is more of a kind of a cultural governance thing. All the tools are, in the README file. So, for example, DRI analysts can look at that and go, okay, I want to make a small tweak and run that again. And so, in my mind, it's the word recipe. So it's a combination of a code in combination with, things like object store that allows them to do that. And it's not going to happen between, the bottom and the top, but it needs to happen, between those layers. And it has to be, basically repeatable science, right? I'll stop there.
No, that's great, Mark.
Yeah.
And, first of all, I'd like to emphasize that we heard you today.
Thank you. Yeah.
And
This time. Yeah.
I love that you're using the word recipes, because I've been using that fairly unscientific term and hoping that it gets some traction, because we do want to cover, both, data wrangling and, manual workflows, as well as this scripting and notebook based and application package based ways of implementing these workflows. But I like the possibility to talk about these as recipes in different stages of recipe and different sort of degrees of dynamicism, as you point out. Although it's interesting, you call the high level view of its objects in an object store, and I sort of look at that as the low level commonality. But I think we're talking about the same thing, that a lot of the wrangling is the stuff that we actually do over and over again, and that having ARD products can, if that's done well, as you say, both in terms of format and preparation, take a big chunk of that 80% of data wrangling and just remove it and say, here's the Lego blocks that you start with. What castle did you want to build? Now, we're getting contributions here in this group of a number of different tools. Some of them are, more plug and play. Some of them are more write a script. Some of them are write some code, but they all are aimed at least at making these processing steps easier to implement and easier to reuse, to rerun. As you said, well, this needs a tweak, but I make that tweak and we can regenerate this product really fast at scale, and do that as often as we need to get the product that really is valuable.
Hey, Josh.
Yes.
So this is Dave Jones. Just wanted to share our experience with working where the rubber meets the road, and that's where the decision makers who want information to make decisions don't really have the data expertise. One of the things that we found, and we also found this while evolving the operational readiness levels as well, is that when you establish the collaborative environment where you can deliver data to people and they can look at it, all of a sudden you really get great feedback from them, because many decision makers may not know what data is out there and how it can be used. But boy, when they see it and you're talking to them in their words and their situation, then you start to open the floodgates of feedback, and then that can be fed right back to the data experts, and they can work on, oh, okay, that's what we need. So I would really love to hear at some point from the sponsors and them saying what is it that they would really love to see as a start for this this data, because to me, with ORLs, we found that ORL levels are dependent upon the user and the use case. And so, you know, is the user a GIS expert, or is it somebody who just needs to authorize the movement of 110 bucket trucks from a utility company because of, you know, something going on? And also, what are their latency requirements? You know, you just said, what are their, you know, when you want to get products out fast, maybe their latency requirements are, some are right away as soon as the data is available. Others, no, I can take processing. Well, what level of processing do you want? And what is it that's going to enable you to make that decision? Thanks.
Thanks. Those are good points, Dave. And you know, we have these successful paradigms, these operation centers, EOCs, mapping and analysis centers that, you know, prove that nobody works alone, that it does require these fairly rapid and, you know, in many ways ad hoc interactions between somebody saying, we need this, well, I can provide that, but I need this other data. Oh, well, we can get that from here. And, you know, sort of regimenting that is not going to work. So figuring out how we can have that flexibility is really important. At the same time, Sebastian has a really good point that maybe you'd like to expand on about well-known information.
Hi, Sebastian Zura from the Geospatial platform here, NRCan. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Actually, I think this this comment touched a bit the previous comment about what is it sponsors really are looking forward to get out of all of that. And speaking from the platform itself, we gather over 3,000 data sets that are considered authoritative, and with the event of EO and all that, there's more and more data that needs to be integrated every day, and we are under pressure to make sure we convey that sea of information into tangible, operational, and meaningful information. And what I'm especially interested in is how do we go from this very large amount of information that is technically not used by much people, but many people, but you actually have to skim down all of that information into information that is really operational, that will likely reach the mass of the people or decision makers, and making sure that we again, like the word was said before, what is the recipe or to have a system, an operational system that can sustain that work? Because the platform is, yes, we're in the cloud, yes, we are supporting some emergency queue technologies and yada yada, but what is the recommended way? Where can we identify standards that bring stability to the system? If I compare such achievement with the electronic nautical charts that are being used at sea to support transportation throughout the world, they've established an endpoint system that enables the integration of information to support decision makers, therefore captains and people at sea that have to transit goods around the world. And they've established that level of standard to make an operation, environment. Is that something we should try to look at when we're looking at disaster management? Is there some recurrent information we all need, we all know we need in order to drive an intelligent decision and support decision makers, but also giving them some level of stability and confidence in the information they have to play with. So for example, probably is not valuable to have a system that hosts 1,000 layers because it makes the information too hard to assimilate. Versus if you have a system that changes all the time and you never really know what you're looking at, again, it makes decision making hard. So if you have these let's call them fundamental information sources or fundamental decision ready information, whatever, having a set in stone type of key basal information and then knowing how we can push this in is critical, because not only that's what I think decision makers require, that's what I also think the government needs to put laws around to say you shall provide that information all the time and 24/7. But also because this group looks at the whole system, it can also establish clear roles and responsibility from a scientist perspective, an engineer perspective, people who works on EO. Their work should be about gathering the information, making sure that the analytical ready data is done properly, up to the standard, up to the latest technology, and then that there is information technologists, scientists, whatever, that do the right analysis, that builds the right AI, the right machine learning stuff to bring it up to point where you have a process that can feed the best in class decision ready information, and that this is supported by a specific standard. And again, like in my chat there, I've talked about indicators because I think it's a great concept that is often overlooked. Anybody can look at a heat map. It's heat with a gradient. You can see it, you can understand it, you can feel it. You can follow up in time. You can add up other indicators on top of it and still make sense of the information. Yet you don't really have to know how it got created, and you still can have confidence in that information. So I know it's a big statement here, but my challenge as being part of the Federal Geospatial Platform is to have some stability in this system, and I'm quite eager to see the progress that this working group or that this pilot will do, because I'm trying to get my team at the ready state to take on any findings and try to see that implemented within the Federal Geospatial Platform to help CCMEO and Canadians address disaster management overall. So, I mean, I'm really loving what I've been hearing so far. So thank you everybody for your effort. Really looking forward for that collaboration myself. I hope it helps. I'm answering a bit there, but anyway.
No, that excellent point. So I think I perhaps have emphasized too much this sort of innovation in recipes and did not sufficiently acknowledge that there are lots of existing recipes, plus there are these decision ready products that have a familiarity of stability, such as an ocean chart, I'm forgetting the term for it, but the standardized nautical charts. So on the one hand, they have an authority and a format that people are very used to working with. On the other hand, for people who are not really used to working with them, they can be very difficult to interpret. So imagine that, yes, there is this standard authorized nautical chart, but there's also a data product that you can get that shows you where you should not go given the draft of your vessel given the current tides. So that part of the interpretation that leads to more immediate decision-ready information. So I think those are both important. The stability and authority, and the being accustomed and trained for certain products, but also the flexibility to think new as well. Rich, please go ahead.
So good morning, everyone, and really great discussion so far. I've been trying to be quiet along the way, so a lot of excitement and just energy just in the whole topic and conversation. And I'm sure Josh will probably give you an earful on similar discussions we've had over the past several months, which helped to cause many of the delays for you all even getting to the table here on this same topic in many different ways. I really support some of the conversation that Dave brought up, and then also Sebastian. You hit it really well. First thing I'll say is we're hoping you all will have answers to all of those questions, that you all will come forward with some really innovative solutions and opportunities on how to move this forward, but it really hinges upon decisions. You know, how do we transform data to decisions? But when we say decision ready information or analysis ready data and so forth, how does it all connect in the multi-discipline and multi-dimensional nature of decisions? It comes down to a very key point. And Sebastian, you finally said it really well, I think, and I hope the whole group heard that: indicators. We need to understand what those indicators the stakeholders are looking for to define what those products and services and so forth, not just bring tons of data. We've heard from a lot of folks that, oh, we've got this data in so many different data sets and resources and things they can bring, but we have to make sure that we're being responsive to the indicators they're looking for. We don't want to overwhelm them with the ocean of data that may be out there and so forth. But what are those key products that they need? I will tell you from experience, this is our second year officially on the ground with the OGC disaster pilots. And I thought the best example that we saw last year was the one done with the House Spatial Data Infrastructure, where they identified key indicators, specific outputs that decision makers would be able to understand. And then they backtracked from there and identified the key data sets that were necessary to answer those specific indicators. That was very, very, very helpful. What that has allowed us to do and see is that has gone more so into operation as a result. And those indicators, new indicators are popping up relative to that. New data sets and resources are being plugged into that system, if you will, to be able to support additional decision making based upon additional decision points that are being defined. I think that as a starting point, rather than just jumping into technology and just trying to put things together, a clear understanding and grounding, Josh, on what those indicators are that are going to be referenced as a decision maker, that the analysts or scientists are going to be putting together those products, the models, et cetera, to be responsive to that, are going to serve as a critical foundation to ensure that we get this right as we proceed forward.
Thanks, Rich. And just a point of order, because of a little confusion. If people, feel free to speak up whenever. We've got plenty of bandwidth here, but it's great to, identify, which organization and role you are, just so that eventually we all are familiar with each other. We're about to almost had both you, Rich Fraser, and Rich Signell speaking up at the same time, because I wasn't clear about who had raised their hand. There's some other comments and responses to Rich's remarks. Let's see. Nate, you had
Sorry, can I just add one more thing, Sebastian, here?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I just want to say that I do definitely agree with what was mentioned. I also agree that I'm speaking of standards and stability in order to support decision makes sense, but we have not to lock down that solution to something that cannot be changed in time afterwards. So again, I agree with that. I think with the breadth of expertise that is listening today, and with COVID and all that, that there's probably already a lot of intelligence gathered around the table as to what are these indicators. I think some people must already have those lists, and maybe we could try to maybe propose them and see if that would be a good stepping stone to help this pilot. But my understanding is from some work that the Emergency Geomatics Services did for COVID and our collaboration with Statistic Canada and NRCan and PHAC, we did identify significant data sets that was required to provide proper coverage over a response. And our first finding was, well, these data sets quite likely are going to have to be reused for any other emergency situation. So that's why I'm saying I think we probably already know what is the essential stuff we need to have in order to support decision making properly. The question is maybe just to speak up and or list them up and decide what they should be. I don't know how you guys want to deal with that, but I think we're not starting from zero.
No, and good thing that you brought that up. So we both have a gathering of information, you know, the existing experience, and you know, the ARDRI is too simplistic, clearly, you know, so where do models fit in that have EO inputs, right? The model outputs are not necessarily decision ready, but they represent a stage of integration and processing from the more original data sources. The other thing I want to point out is that, you know, we have these collaboration tools to build lists, set up pages of information and links to some of the data sources and products that we want to take account of. But we also have more than one basically catalog registry. And so we can actually make these data, you know, product definitions and sources and services immediately available. I mean, ready to use by leveraging the catalog and registry services that are being provided by, look at this, GeoSolutions and a couple of others. So we can, you know, really can jump into starting to provide that visibility and accessibility right away and figure out, you know, one of the things we want to do in that registry is register our evaluation of the validity and applicability, you know, how, what are good ways of using this, you know. One of the other things that we should consider, and I did not, you know, write this in detail into the CFP. I said one of the things we want to keep track of are recipes. And one of the things the recipes do is point at, you know, specific data types and data sets. You know, that works both ways. Then you can, you know, look at a data set and say, you know, what is this good to use for? Because then maybe I can use it in a similar way, but in a different recipe. Let's see. Yeah, so there was a question from Nate Lounsbury from HSR, if you wanted to bring that up.
Oh yeah. So hi everyone, I'm Nate. I'm a data scientist at HSR, and just kind of thinking after Niall McCarthy asked their question about at what point will the disparate ARD data repositories be combined. Just thinking about kind of the data science process. We were kind of wondering if we would discuss the actual process that would follow in the transformation of data from EO source data to ARD to DRI to potential health indicators and finally, you know, decision support systems. And when I say process, both like who would be doing what at each level, as well as the specific tools and analytic models would be incorporated into the process flow. That's the gist of the question we had.
What a great segue, because we were supposed to have transitioned to a discussion of pivotal points of interoperability. You must be looking at this slide that I'm sharing right now.
I am, yes, thank you.
Yeah. So, as I think we've defined, there's a lot of potential complexity, and one of the things we're doing in trying to design and build this ecosystem is to try to figure out, well, where are the really tough places where the gaps that data just doesn't seem to jump across. And it's these four sort of seats of data and three pivotal gaps between them are, a generalization of this steps of data flow and the value chain of data improvement that is really, what we're trying to get at. And Zhefeng brought up a good question. Is DRI an existing concept? Well, I sort of made it up, decision ready information, but decision support, decision ready are commonly used terms. And as Rich and others have pointed out, the really operative term that's used everywhere is indicator. It's used in health, it's used in disaster, it's used in policy. And so if we have the idea that we're going from raw data to data that's ready to enter an arbitrary pipeline, it's not enclosed already within a stovepipe that produces one data product, then we can look at these different stages. And what we wanted to ask was, what are the elements of interoperability, supported by agreements, by standards, by technologies that let us, bridge these gaps in particular. And where does that leave us in terms of the DRI builder model that Niall brought up? That's a good term too. I mean, that we're coming up with recipes to feed into the DRI builder, which is, any number of paths through this ecosystem, but we are saying they're enabled by cloud computing. So many of those issues of being able to move data, to be able to access sufficient computing capacity, we're utilizing the cloud computing capabilities to get around that and just say it's not whether we can do it, but what we should do.
So Josh, this is Mark. I feel like I need to jump in here because there's something that's troubling me with this picture. So
okay,
where it says analysis ready data, and you've got COG plus stack and OGC APIs. So from my perspective, OGC APIs is a recipe and it's an application layer. Right? I think it's really important to understand that when we're talking about COG, or whatever it is, right? It might not be COG, it might be whatever data in the object store, and things like stack. They are, basically loosely coupled, data sources that live in some object store. And it's really important to remember that if that's the case, right, that object store, which is not just a store, if we're talking about things like COG and stack, it's a share, right, across, many APIs that supports many business applications, including OGC APIs. And the kind of fundamentals to that is if you're storing data, and this is probably true, true for any object store, right? You store COG in, object store A, B, and C. The object store is shareable, right? It's a disaster response thing. It's shareable either to everybody or to a limited number of people, and has distinct service level agreements, performance characteristics. On top of which you build things like OGC APIs that are a recipe on top of a recipe, right? And one of the things I've encountered, over the decades is, this kind of this stovepiping thing where you build a system, it might work on day one. It's connected to, for example, many APIs or microservices or whatever we want to call them. But in production, one or more of those fails. And part of the opportunity here is that if we have access to the recipes and the underlying data, all of it, right? Then, for example, if you have a use case that requires, just more horsepower for the OGC APIs, right? Because you don't have to worry about horsepower for the object store. You are free to run that to service your particular service level agreement for your particular application, and you're not. You're not statically connected to somebody else's OGC API or whatever API it is, and that line is very clear now. Not just in geospatial, it could be many different kinds of applications that nowadays we all use on our smartphone. That the object store and things like COG and the recipes associated with that is very different. It's loosely coupled data, and that's different from things like OGC APIs.
Yeah, so I think that a data provider such as an S3 store, an S3 bucket, sorry, with a set of COG files and a set of corresponding stack files can be thought of as a data provider to an OGC API. And that API, though, can unify some different types of data that are in that bucket. So one of the things is getting that stack document to see, okay, here are ranges that I can access that COG data as, but the API then may add on, I need it in this different projection. I need it in this different format in order to work with it. So that API is not, doesn't have to be closely coupled to that data provider. I absolutely agree, and these
loosely coupled.
These are possible tools to use in addressing that gap. I think is really
just to take the simplest case, right? So if we're talking about COGS, right?
Yeah.
And the kind of the obvious layer would be, I ran some kind of process against the COGS and I created a bunch of map tiles, right? So I did a service for the community because we know that probably everybody wants some kind of background data. It might not be the 4-band data, it might be just the 3-band data, but here are a bunch of tiles. They are now back in an object store and they're shared for whatever application that requires it. So there's layers of this, is what I'm saying in this, in the simplest sense.
Mark, are you saying basically just to distinguish between object stores like COG and Stack versus OGC APIs, you're saying the OGC APIs really should be in the box below under as an application layer, because it's essentially a presentation of that. It's a particular type of presentation of the object store for a particular set of applications.
Yeah, so Dean, exactly that. It's a particular view. It's a particular view on the data, right? It's a business application that lives in this in the layer below. And then you can keep going with that with the simplest case, which is just optical data. There's the geotiffs, cloud optimized geotiffs, and then somebody will process it. And I'm not talking necessarily about somebody cached all of some country or some region. I'm saying somebody has exposed, for example, an API that allows them, something like map tiling to happen. So that recipe is available. Somebody else can run that recipe on their own because it's shared, up all the way up the stack, because they have, for example, they want to run a machine learning application against the same data. They might not want to rely on somebody else's API implementation, that kind of thing.
I kind of get
I think
Josh's...
maybe one of the confusions is that this is not a computing architecture, what we're looking at. This is a data flow diagram. And so it is not, eliminating any of the things that you're saying, Mark. It's just saying that bridging this interoperability gap there is gonna take some combination of formats and interfaces. And it may be that the S3 bucket HTTP access is all that's needed, but generally, achieving the, low friction between these stages of the data flow benefits from business applications that support that. That's not at all to say that there aren't processes that are taking EO data sources, creating new EO data sources in different formats. Just that is a common substrate for many of these stages of data flow. That we're absolutely relying on that, when we produce this more or less decision-ready information from more original sources, even map tiles, for example, they may be going back into the same set of buckets. They're using that substrate of space and computing capability, but there are various application levels in the computing architecture that are supporting these stages of data flow, is all that this diagram is looking to show.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. I'm just trying to make the distinction, right? So, for example, there's cog and stack, the simple case, right? And there's the OGC, OGC API. I might simply want to, for example, clone your OGC API, whatever it is, simply because I want to run it at higher scale. And that's the distinction I'm making, right? It might be exactly the same thing, but because I have access to the loosely coupled data in something like S3, and I have your recipe for your OGC API or whatever it is, and I want to run 100 servers versus 10. That's the distinction I'm making, right? Because I have an application that some disaster response users got on their smartphone and it requires that kind of performance. That's why I'm making the distinction.
Yep, absolutely. And on the other hand, this might be a multi-cloud, we hope. We'll look at the implications of a multi-cloud environment where having an intermediary, maybe an API-based intermediate DAPA API that is an intermediary between the specifics of each of those clouds may be valuable for the recipe execution. That's some of the things that we're gonna, I think, try to figure out. But absolutely, depending on that substrate of cloud capability to let us focus on those other computing layers, for sure. So there's some interesting questions about ARD definition, which I think we will continue to work at. Does ARD have a recipe or not? Well, it has a specification. This is interesting. Those terms that we want to distinguish and characterize different stages of the this data flow process of, where is it an agreement? Where is it an agreement that's more durable as a specification? Where is it an agreement that's reusable, but still maybe somewhat dynamic? That's a recipe. So we're going to have, some work coming up with working definitions of those terms, I think. But as long as we can come up to a common picture of the roles they play in going from the sky to the ground here.
Josh, this is Ajay. Can I, from HSR Health, can I make a comment on that last point?
Please. Please do.
Thanks. So you're right, and I think it's not something that we should think of as wrong necessarily, that there may be a broad definition of analysis-ready data. I think in part, it's when is data from a source ready for the analysis that we plan to do in the problem that we are solving. And that can be, and maybe it should be, widely different across the breadth of not just the participants here, but sort of the entire analytic community supporting health or disaster response. So I'd suggest that to the party that is developing our engineering reports and the documentation, that maybe, and certainly from our perspective, we're ready to help, maybe we just identify clearly how we define analysis-ready data for the specific recipes and analytic models that we are employing to turn source into indicator. And maybe that is something that we could, sort of contribute overall.
Yeah, that's a good point. So we do, as Rich and Rich Signell and Dave Borges were pointing out, we have some of those specifications already for some types of data, maybe the most important types, but we also have knowledge that there's still a great deal of wrangling that's involved in creating some of these indicators. And so if in the process of creating a number of indicators, we can identify what stage of processing is most useful to, take these data sources into that indicator production, then we can derive some working definitions of analysis ready data for feature data, for some other types of data as well that we need to work with. So I think that's a good part.
Josh, I just had a quick comment about this slide that you're on right now.
Yeah.
Or question. So, clearly, I guess it's the stars there where, those are, I guess, the pivotal points between the different levels of processing and, taking raw data, refining it, making it decision ready. So those are points of interoperability or not, or lack of interoperability. But I would also suggest that with any one of those stages, there's also interoperability gaps. So if you have one set of ARD data may not be easily relatable to another one, or even if you get to the indicator level, if you have data at different scales and different projections, it may or even completely different data types. You may have indicator data, one data set in a PDF and one in an API. That you may have difficulty interrelating. So I just like to point out that even within the layer, we might want to explore interoperability challenges.
Well, I have worked in the past on decision support for the forces, and these indicators were provided by the forces themselves that provided the decision rules from NATO typically and others. And I had to help them select the data that could contribute to these indicators, and then define the telecommunication and the means to provide this data, and at the end, build the indicators. So I think that the indicators you are talking about could be one of the topic of the workshop, maybe in July, because we have to make a connection between the data, the processing of this data to meet the indicators which are useful. But so maybe this could be one of the topics of the workshop, to identify these indicators we want to document.
Absolutely. And trying to see where I put those. Yes, workshop concept, recipes versus recipe process. Exactly right. So hopefully after a break at noon, we'll start in on that workshop planning, and you're spot on that we need the recipes to start from, the recipes that users have been looking for and maybe haven't received yet for one reason or another, but also how can there be a dynamic process in a disaster situation of refining the indicator recipes. And as Dean pointed out, it may be as simple as, well, we're getting these indicators at one scale and we really need them at another scale. This needs to be at a finer scale because we can't make our decisions about interventions and so on at that scale. It may also be, a temporal scale, that this indicator is being produced daily, but we cannot plan strategy on a daily indicator. We need some summary over a longer time frame. So there are many ways in which a well-established recipe for an indicator could still be refined, or variants of that produced in the course of a disaster response, in order to make them more useful. And those are also, I think, part of that process that we would love to be able to implement and support. So other comments, Toljuk, no, Simon had a comment here that perhaps you'd like to expand on.
Yes, Simon Tolchek in Arcan EGS. So one thing that so there's a lot of focus on when the data it has been acquired, and so what do we do when it exists and it's in the data store and it's in ARD format. But one of the challenge we've identified, at least in our experience, maybe they're like don't have a complete picture, but one thing that we seem to be lacking in some sort of a standard to help us with the integration of all the different acquisition plans. So for RCM, let's say the RCM, the Landsat, and the Sentinel plannings are shared via various formats, but they're not standardized. So each sensor basically usually has a different way of sharing to the users which imagery is coming up, and one thing that could help us in our work in the future while trying to kind of define new standards and such would be like a unified way to kind of share those plannings and or have services that would be exposed to publicly to clients, so that we can just ingest either these services or those standard plans in our production system, so that basically we know when to have our people on deck to basically process that imagery and do the QC QA processes before kind of moving on down the value chain.
Josh, if I could just jump in quick, something looking at this workshop list here. You mentioned something earlier about building Lego building blocks, and Sebastian mentioned something about fundamental base layers. So while I totally agree that we should probably drive everything in order to give our scope some focus, it's great. It's fundamental to focus on the indicators. A lot of these indicators we won't get to in one or two steps. And so I think in between, in order to build those Lego building blocks, we may also need to discuss things like fundamental base layers, so that we actually have here are a set of intermediate products. And I don't know if that's what you mean by recipes, but it's more the ingredients for the recipes. What are the key ingredients that the analysts that are working at multiple stages of product development will need to work with in order to have, the Lego to put together the fundamental indicators at the end. So I was just interested if fundamental base layers if there's a better term for that, if that's something that's been already developed for the disaster response community.
Well, there's certainly all of those concepts are in play, and this ARD processed into decision-ready indicators is by a recipe workflow driven by a recipe is very clearly an oversimplification. That said, I guess one of the ways that I look at analysis ready data is this is data which is ready, which is in a form which can be reused for integration. So there's little point in making analysis ready data that's only good for one analysis or one integration. The whole point of it is that it's reusable across multiple recipes for interpretation and product generation. So that reuse can occur at many levels. So I think from the remote sensing perspective, generally the concept, and Dave Borges, you can correct me on this, that the idea for ARD in that community is that it's the minimum processing needed so that the data is reusable across as many applications and communities as possible. So there's some idea of minimalism so that it has that reusability. There certainly can be many intermediate products that also have that reusability. And I think that some of the what we call base layers, because we're really kind of referring not so much to source data as to literally the background for other indicators, are more highly processed, in terms of being rendered into map tiles to be symbolized and so on, but are also this reusable input to other indicators, or at least to other visualization products. So do we call those ARD, or do we come up with another term such as base layer for them? I throw open to discussion.
Hey, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a question on your next slide.
On which next slide?
On that one. 20.
On 20, okay.
So
this is actually what we were going to talk about at 12:15, but go ahead.
Okay. So one of the bullets I'm wondering about is if there's going to be a chance to talk about the rough interconnectivity between the participants in the first workshop.
Could you elaborate on that?
So Nacho is going to be providing a D105, and we would like to be able to make sure that other people have a chance to ingest that and somebody turn it into a geo package. And that's just one example of what everybody's doing. Is there going to be a chance in this first workshop of talking about how the participants can interconnect and pass off their deliverables to another organization for them to be able to ingest it and work and pass it through the production flow?
Certainly, part of implementing what the workshop recommends will be enabling the wiring that is represented between those components. So absolutely. And part of, I think, what we'll talk about in terms of forming indicators, I don't think there's a lot of indicators for transportation risk. So these will be new things, and we'll want to indicate to the participants in the workshop, here are possibilities for inputs and interpretation to make indicators having to do with transportation risk, for example. So we will want, in advance of the workshop, to have understood between us how the wiring here is going to work. So, absolutely what you said, but we're not going to work that out in the workshop. I think we're going to present these as opportunities for development of those recipes, and also for this sort of collaboration that can take place, in the mapping analysis center sense. But I'd love to sort of finish up both the discussion of the types of data and of the interoperability issues that wiring hopes to surmount, and then take a break at 12 for 15 minutes, and then get back to this topic of the workshop that we're, I think, raring to go at, which is fantastic.
Hi, Josh.
So,
Can you hear me
yes,
there?
I can.
Just, I'm not sure now is the most appropriate time to say this, but I'm just going to throw it out there. We've
Okay,
talked a lot
just
about
first say that this is Niall from Crust.
Hi, sorry, apologies. I should have introduced myself. We've talked an awful lot about ARD, DRI. I mean, do we have, and would it help to have a list somewhere of all these different sources categorized, so categorized by industry, indicators, etc., so that we're having a conversation over something very concrete?
I think that is going to be a simultaneous activity. So we are, I think, accepting some overly simplistic definitions of ARD and DRI, and then bringing in, building our list of what's considered ARD, what's considered DRI indicators. And I think already we're understanding that that complicates things, and we may have some additional scope of those categories or other categories as well. I think, for example, this discussion is bringing to me that we have something which is not, shall we say, very oddly, traditional sense of ARD, which is the minimally processed reusable data, but we have intermediate products which are considerably more processed, are model outputs that require all sorts of computing and multiple inputs, but then constitute reusable data sources for other indicator development. Particularly model outputs, I think, fall into that. And it may be useful for us to define, perhaps a new type of ARD, an intermediate analysis ready data, something that can be reused as inputs to additional analysis and processing, but is not the minimally processed category. But I think this is a definition in progress where we look at the process, these value chains, and we look at the diversity of data, and we're going to build useful definitions based on what we identify as data and products that belong in those categories.
Okay, thank you. I mean, my thought there was, once those are in place, to have a repository of the different data sources, and then that we understand that the building of models around that is to a certain extent a separate activity from the data itself, and keep this sort of Lego building block approach insofar as possible. But as you say, there is some complexity in that. We're not dealing with atomic concepts constantly. We're actually dealing with a mixture of concepts.
Yeah, although, because what else could they do? Groups like RSS Hydro said, we have a quite complex multi-input flooding model, and that's ARD. So I'm glad that they, Guy thought kind of elastically about that, and but I think it's legitimate to ask, is that the best way to work this problem, or is a little more granularity useful?
Yeah, this is key. I just want to add, this is very true. I mean, the data we can provide, but it's model data, and for us, it would be really cool to see how we can deliver, model data. I mean, Dean showed yesterday, to my surprise, the testbed 11, which is many years ago now, where we first tried in the OGC testbed to introduce a hydrodynamic model, which is a 3D information, and how to best feed this through services that use interoperability is not so clear yet. And I think this would be great to work it out here, how to best show these. And also Dave Jones, Geo Collaborate, we know it well. Maybe this is a way also to showcase some of these things, and you know, running a flat model through OGC standards is not very clear yet how the end user wants to see it. So I think it's a perfect test bed, this one, to try these things, and also how to visualize a flat model is not very clear yet. I mean, you know, so it's a model and it will remain complex for the end user. So it's exactly, I think this is a very good case to feed some of that modeling in as well.
Yeah, well, we should never eliminate the reality that making decision-ready information is partly science and partly art. You know, conveying the risks and uncertainties is not necessarily obvious, but we'll try to record the ideas that people have about that. Okay, so it's 2 minutes to noon in Boston, and this has been a great discussion. I'm going to have to go over this recording a few times myself and figure out the things that we've learned or identified as challenges from it. We'll take a break from 12 to 12:15, and then at 12:15 we'll dig into some of this workshop planning that we need. Feel free to continue discussing or adding comments and reactions in the chat. I will save the chat log for us to make use of as well. One question that I would like to raise with the participants and sponsors is that we should agree on a weekly meeting time, which of course will be terrible for many people. So one thing we can do, I think, is agree on 2 meeting times, one better for some people, the other better for others. And we might, if there's a really strong differentiation there, alternate from week to week, or have both of them each week. We have a lot to do, at least in the next few weeks anyways. My initial proposal is to use the part of the time that we had today. So my initial proposal would be to have meetings from 11 to 12, possibly a little longer, on Tuesdays. So 11 US Eastern time to noon US Eastern time each week. But I invite you to mull that over and provide some other suggestions. If we get a number of suggestions, we'll do a doodle poll and see what the constituencies are in space and time anyways. So with that, sorry?
No, this was Guy. I was just going to say the 11 to 12 is typically what works well for the world around, but some people have to, you know, have to get up early or stay up late, I guess. But this is typically what OGC uses. I just want to say that that time slot is okay, I guess. But
we're hoping for the best. But,
no.
Yeah, but I'd like to give everyone a chance to weigh in on that. Thanks. Okay, so we'll be back at 12:15, and please do what you need to do, and we'll talk with you then.
Are others able to hear, Josh?
No.
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 We still can't hear you, Josh.
All right, how does that work now? Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Can you see me?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
You know, many things are science, but Bluetooth is definitely not science. It's magic. There's no way about it. I should probably be burning incense every time I turn the headset on. All right, let me get a start again here. So the a couple logistics actually. Marie-Françoise indicated, and I got a message from Mark Bueller that there was a difficulty with adding the people who had clicked through the observer agreement on the portal to the project contacts. And so that's been fixed, and those who had clicked through should now be members of the project as observers. We still have to fix up the arrangements because it's not automated that way for those who've filled out the non-member observer agreements and joined us today, but we'll be in touch shortly with those arrangements so that you can continue to follow the project. Any other logistical issues coming up? There is quite a lot of setup that we'll be doing between now and next week for the GitLab repo, setting up the status issues and doing some structuring of the wiki and so on, adding in the directories for each of the reports and guides, but we'll have that set up by next week. So we can begin that collaboration. So let's see. I see the discussion is continuing in the chat, and I appreciate that, and maybe we'll get back to that with making short work of the workshop planning. But I did want to go over at least our initial concept for this workshop and the three topics here: stakeholders and roles, the recipe development, and the distributed collaboration as topics. And just to remind from the perspective of the schedule, so we have this workshop in July, and that's focusing on these critical indicators and this, distributed collaboration, the data flow coordination. So it's both how do we collaborate on establishing those recipes, and then how do we specify those recipes so that they can be implemented, so that they can be instituted in the ecosystem that we're putting together. We'll actually have a session at the ESIP summer meeting. So ESIP is another collaborator on this project. So we'll be having a 90-minute session at the ESIP summer meeting as a follow-on from workshop 1. So to consolidate our outcomes from the workshop and get some additional feedback and validation from members of the disaster cluster and a couple of the other clusters at ESIP that are following the progress of this pilot with some interest, if not alarm. We'll follow that up with our implementation and testing and outreach work, but we'll have a second workshop, and that's really to see how we did with the things we planned to do in the first workshop. And so that's to consolidate what we've learned about what do both providers and users and the other personas, the other stakeholders as well, need to know and prepare in order to be ready to participate in a disaster response awareness ecosystem such as we're prototyping in this pilot. So the workshop 1 will propose and workshop 2 will dispose, I suppose, is one way to look at it. So within that context, let's look back at this concept of how this should work out. So as I mentioned, why is the workshop different from our kickoff or from our weekly meetings? Primarily because we have our weekly meetings with the sponsors and with the participants who are building stuff. That we'll have certainly input from many of you who are experts from one stakeholder perspective or another, and we'll seek that input. But largely we're figuring out the mechanics of what data can we use, how can we use it, how can we make it visible and discoverable, how can we implement these recipes, what do we even mean by recipes, and how do specifications and agreements and metadata enable this chain of value and this data flow to become operational. The workshop is really to look at what are the goals of this ecosystem and how does that actually work with the different stakeholders, and in 2 respects. So one of the respects is what do users need to know and how can providers and analysts support that. So as we discussed, there are a lot of existing recipes, a lot of authoritative ones or ones that are accustomed to use and also validated in terms of their usage on the ground. And we want to identify those and figure out how we can reproduce those for the particular regions and hazards we have in mind. I think in many cases there'll be some interesting ways to combine the indicators of risk and impact and vulnerability based on the combined hazards, whether that's both flood and landslide or flood and health and so on. But really that, how do we take into account the health status and other threats to the population when we pile these additional hazards on top? So that's deciding the recipes. And so having the right people in this workshop to help us identify recipes, reproduce, and perhaps update them so that we can implement them and test the data flow and the usage on the ground in the client applications on that basis. The second, though, is the meta topic, which is what I call here reimagining the mapping and analysis center. So, there's a lot of shortcuts we can take if we say, these are the recipes for the pilot, that's what we're going to do. If we're going to implement that sort of agility that a decision maker, an incident commander can say, I really could use a map that shows this and that on it, or I really could use an app that shows for where I am what the nearest X is, or how do I go from here to a safer or more vulnerable place. So there is the ask from those on or near to the ground, and how does that collaboration process work? How do we reimagine this folks around a table at the Mapping and Analysis Center saying, well, we could add this in, what do you think? Would that help? No? Well, how about in this other way? we can change the scale here. Would this be helpful if it were a scale of red to green? So those sorts of collaborations that we know are very effective in person in one of these centers in the heat of disaster response and emergency management. How can, if we can we recreate that in some way? What are the essential elements of those that we would like to try to address with technology? So that's the second topic that the workshop should cover, or the second goal that it should encompass. But it really, the workshop is to look at the organizational, the collaborative, and really the social aspects of this information value chain that should be running actually both directions to be most responsive to situations. So any questions or comments on the general concept, please?
I was just on the second workshop, I guess, is that essentially where we would try to be building a sort of a pilot demo workflow, like where we're actually showing something operational? So the first workshop, we kind of scope it out in a lot more detail than we can today. And the second one is essentially the almost the demo delivery, or are we actually still developing after that?
I don't think it necessarily represents a particular milestone in development. So maybe I'll put it this way. The second workshop is really where we start developing the guidance documents. So that's to put together and validate what we think we learned from implementation, so that we can start putting that advice into the provider and user guidance documents. So that's where the role that I see the second workshop playing. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, and I think if you go back, I don't know where the slide is with the timeline. So the guidance document development, that would sort of be happening in parallel with the actual pilot itself, and then the pilot demo doesn't happen until late in the year, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of how we're looking at it. I think that we'll have, and lots of experiments, and there I expect will be some outreach and collaboration activities, some events that some of our collaborating organizations, such as some of the agencies that do response and relief in Peru and others in Canada at the least, that may want to try out, for example, some of the apps, have an exercise, a disaster-thon or something. So not an operational exercise, but an opportunity to try out particularly some of the client applications, and provide us feedback on those. So we'll try to work in some of that without creating too much overhead. And for example, those will feed into both, for example, the user guidance, user readiness. What do first responders and relief workers need to know, need to be ready for to participate? But it will also, be some of the pieces we'll use to put together a final demonstration. Now, that demonstration may be largely virtual. We'll take some, video segments of the experiments we do, the interchange experiments, the implementation of a recipe, and also, maybe some of these, call them boot camps that we might be able to organize, and just get some video segments from those. And so I don't think we've decided what that final pilot demonstration looks like, but it's going to be something that, you know, represents what the pilot has been able to implement without creating too much overhead and without presuming that any particular type or degree of in-person presence will be required. I don't know if any of the sponsors want to talk some more about their concept of that. This is definitely something that we will work on developing the concept and details of.
So Josh, be happy to share more details on our expectations and aspirations, but I'll let you get through the schedule there first, if that makes sense.
I think that's there are other questions. So we have the workshop 1 as a way to understand some of the things that we want to implement. The workshop 2 to gather and validate the experience we've had so far in order to work out the guidance documents. The end of October, we're looking to have drafts of both the reports, so the 2 ERs and the 2 guides, and finalize those in time that they could be considered for release at the December meeting. And then we're looking at, in the time frame of the December member meeting, to have this demonstration, whether it's a part of the member meeting or separate, just kind of associated. Well, we don't know what the member meeting is going to look like anyways, so we'll see. We have to be a little bit flexible, certainly, and see what the future will bring, what form and, you know, locality that demonstration will have. But the idea is that we'll try to release all of this material, you know, video pieces, the guides and reports, by the end of the year, if all goes well. If you want to go ahead, Rich.
Sure. First of all, did you mention about ESIP and collaboration and partnership with them? And I know that you have an engagement in July with them. That will be.
I did. Yeah, I mentioned the summer meeting session.
Would you elaborate a little bit more with the group, just in terms of ESIP's role and what they do, for those who may not know?
I can do that a bit, and I think that Dave Jones can do even more, as he's closely involved in the disaster cluster. So I'll just say that Earth Science Information Partners involves a lot of both the providers and users of government agencies, academics, nonprofits, and also a number of companies in really all sorts of aspects of how that information can be improved, can be, you know, better described and shared. It's, you know, our sort of partner in the practices of the data production and consumption in earth science, but in general, the natural sciences domain. I think it may be a little broader even than its name implies by now. Would you like to add any more specifically about the clusters, Dave?
Sure. Within the ESIP Federation, there are a number of clusters. One of them is the Disaster Lifecycle Cluster. I'm a co-chair with Karen Moe, who is retired from NASA's ESTO program. And we are really diving into the issue of how can we accelerate efforts that ESIP members, of which I think the number is now over 160 organizations. The primary sponsors of ESIP are NASA, NOAA, and USGS. We're really trying to dive in now into this, creating this ecosystem of innovation. So any member of ESIP can bring analytics, machine learning, data, products, things like that. Bring them into this ecosystem and then present them in front of actual users. And so those actual users would have the benefit of just being able to taste products, see if it satisfies their needs or uses or just they're introducing them to new data types, and then provide feedback back to that data user or that data provider, sorry, and then help to refine that product. And we just found out the other day that we're being encouraged by ESIP now to have any members submit proposals to the ESIP lab. I think there's going to be a call for proposals in October for innovative work. And also they have a Funding Friday opportunity where students, grad students, anybody can submit a proposal and get like a, $3 to $5K of funding to address something that they're working on. So there are other clusters within the ESIP Federation too, like the data quality cluster. There are, a great number of solid minds in that cluster, and they're looking at all sorts of issues regarding data quality. There's community resilience clusters and things like that. So it's a very good group to be associated with, particularly if you're data focused. And we've been a member. We were a founding member back in 1997, I think it was. So it's a great group, and ESIP works very closely also with OGC. So it's wonderful to see these meetings come together. We're going to be running a disaster lifecycle cluster meeting at the ESIP summer meeting as well, 90 minutes, focused on use cases and putting data to work. One of those areas is going to be trying to figure out how we can find good tree canopy data that's produced seasonally that can assist the utility industry in assessing damage where it might occur before a storm hits. So just sort of interesting things like that.
And if I could just chime in, this is Rich Signell, USGS. Also relevant is probably the cloud computing cluster, which I've been participating in. And one of the things we're doing there is trying to come up with sort of best practices for analysis ready data, as I mentioned before, not just image data, but also tabular and multidimensional data, and getting into things like the chunking and compression and the shape of chunks, and all those things are important when you're thinking about use cases for these larger data sets when you're using them on the cloud in a multi-core or on-prem computing with large numbers of CPUs. Those are all important considerations that actually don't get considered often enough. Too often we just dump data on the cloud and it becomes just like a glorified FTP site.
So thank you. One of the reasons I just wanted to emphasize on that, Josh, is that, exactly what Dave said, it's great to see these communities come together, and there are many different sectors that are represented in ESIP, and there are many different, I would say also those that are particularly in the context of, related to infrastructure, logistical services, insurance industry, others that may be able to lend really great, I would say, access to potential data sets and or resources, best practices, models, et cetera, that need to be considered. That one of the key aspirations and expectations in this engagement is it to be user-driven, that working with the stakeholders of better understanding what they consider those key indicators, what are the key types of data and information and so forth. So engagement with those types of groups, including many of our partners. I see several that are on the call here, and we're so happy to have like our UNGGIM Americas partners and others who are engaged, who are similarly at the national, local levels as well, also have partners and so forth who, as you mentioned earlier, we anticipate and would like to make sure that some of the stakeholder and user community has the ability to actually put their hands on some of these tools and resources to some extent, to even put those into, from a testing standpoint, to test those in some kind of a sandbox, and then be able to make informed decisions at the end of this event, the event that you were referring to, John. I'm sorry, Josh, in terms of the final big, I always say the show and tell kind of event, to be able to take from there and make decisions on whether or not they want to make those capabilities operational in some context. So.
right, thanks. There's a bit of noise from someone's phone. Anyone else have a comment on the workshop concept? And I'll turn back to here.
I could just provide a quick comment from NRCan's perspective. Overall, I think it's a great idea. I think for us, we're in similar alignment with USGS, maybe with a little bit of a narrower scope just based on where our department is and in the context of disasters management in Canada. I think I can see like two roles for us that we're hoping to get out of it. Firstly, there's our current EO based processes for disasters, which mostly orient to flooding. So looking at how outcomes from the pilot can immediately support us in improving that. And then secondly, and probably somewhat more importantly, is figuring out how this work can help us demonstrate the potential of geospatial technology for supporting disaster work, and demonstrating that to decision makers, particularly our at executive levels, basically to convince them to better support us and to better make use of the information that we have available. Because certainly resourcing within our section that works a lot on disasters is a concern. So for us to be able to expand and do more things, which we would like to do, is challenging. So I think we see this as an opportunity to help change the conversation around what disaster management in Canada could look like through the outcomes from this pilot. So I think that would be my perspective on what NRCan hopes to do. If anyone else from NRCan has any ideas, feel free to jump in.
Yes, Sébastien Durand from Federal Geospatial Platform, NRCan. Just like to add things there. I agree with what Ryan mentioned. I would also like to add that Canada right now doesn't have a Georegulation Act, nor does it have a Disaster Act. And as such, there may be a bit of a governance gap there. But there's nothing that shines as much as a good demonstration, a good pilot to move these things forward. And we're not starting anew with nothing. We do have cloud. We have AWS cloud system. We have a bunch of people already working, leveraging Cube technologies and all that. So there may be other opportunities through this pilot to leverage some of the technologies that are already available through the Geospatial platform and other systems. So there may be some strategic linkages we would want to see done if it's possible. Anyway. Yeah, thanks.
Josh, this is Angelica Gutierrez from AmeriGeo. I would like to emphasize the need for all these pilots to, this is not only, at least in our perspective, this is not only to test technology, but to define how this technology is really going to serve the community. One of my complaints, I would say, about our approach, with these big frameworks, is that we talk about the frameworks like everybody was at the same level, and the issue is that we are not. When we go and we are doing this pilot for, developing countries, they are not at the same level as we developed countries are. And so this is something that I want to emphasize for all the participants, and is that we need to take that into consideration. The end point of all these developments is not who has the best technology or who did the best, is how we better serve, how we better democratize data, how can we really get to the people who is at the disaster. Only that is going to demonstrate our success getting to the bottom line of humanity, if you may. So
and Angelica,
yes,
there is a body at the UN GGIM who deals with disaster management, and they establish a framework. My question to you is, the OGC has been doing disaster management pilots before, and now this year we're trying to, in my own opinion, advance a pilot solution. I completely agree with what you're saying. I think it's part of doing a push for humanity, but also defining a framework that is tangible, that makes sense. What is your recommendation? Like, are you saying like we should be having a pilot that is, or that we should be defining an operational framework around disaster management through this pilot?
I want to go, yes, a little bit beyond of what I said to clarify. We must ensure that the communities who are going to uptake all these developments are also prepared, because we don't do much if we have the latest and brightest shining tool if the communities who are the end target of this are not prepared for this. And when I say prepare is, we need to look at what is the infrastructure, what is the workforce capacity. So is in addition to taking into consideration the technology, then let's take also into consideration, and I think that Marie-Francois brought this up in a different meeting. She put it in words of cultural differences. So we take that into consideration, that not all the countries or not all the communities are ready to uptake. So just having that in mind, it will be important.
So one way that I've been thinking about this, because there's problems with saying, well, this is great technology, you don't have it, and not asking, is this useful for you, but also not kind of bestowing, this entirely separate capability on people who are not organized and not ready and engaged in making use of it. So I think there's something that maybe we can call equitable engagement, where we stay in connection with people in many different parts of the world who could make use of some of both the technology and the the treatment of information that we're trying to improve. So that, this is part of the, I guess, the user readiness, is to say, here is what it's good for. Is that useful? Here is how you'd have to work, or what preparation or investment would be required for you to get value from this. And so figuring out how to have this sort of two-way interaction, I think, is a lot of what we've been struggling with. And it certainly can be a part of this workshop, or can also be somewhat separate. Now, I did mention, but maybe I should repeat, that we have another event planned next week, which is basically a report to a contact group of regional, local organizations, particularly members of UNGGIM Americas and Emergio, to sort of report and get the feedback on what we've been able to cover in this kickoff. And that's a beginning of what we hope will be a series of engagements with this contact group that keeps us, in some sense, grounded in what looks like it could actually be useful. So how we fit that into this July workshop, it's not clear to me. Certainly, members of those organizations, Peruvians who work in disaster response and relief, it would be great to involve them as some of the stakeholders in the workshop, really giving their take on, what indicators they can really see would be useful for them and made available in what fashion. But this, exactly how to, what events and activities will advance the goals and value that you've talked about, Angelica, I think we're still trying to figure out.
If I could interject, this is Al Leidner. I'd just like to mention the fact that in the health concept development study, there's the idea of the maturity model. In that study, we look at both low income to high income countries, and we recommend a series of strategies for each based upon where they are in time and what's feasible for them to actually implement. And you might want to reference that document and sort of ingest the concept of a maturity, being able to do a maturity model. So people coming in at the lower end of things get useful techniques and useful products that maybe aren't quite as sophisticated.
Yeah, this is Rich Signal again from the USGS. I think one of the exciting elements of cloud computing is that it gives the ability to do things that were previously only possible to do in, if you were, say, at a NASA, high performance computing facility, gives that ability to anyone in the world who has cloud credits. And cloud credits are relatively easy to get. And so, that really brings a different aspect to all this. And I think even though, they might not be ready for some of these technologies right now, the idea that they have the right to replicate essentially the technologies that we're producing, so that if they wanted to deploy them, they could. I think that's a huge, that's a really important thing to keep in mind. And it helps with the transparency and of course reproducibility of everything we're doing. And that's my real interest in this whole project as a system test, is that we're actually, it's testing the technology toward a specific endpoint, and along the way we fix little things that help everyone, even though we're working on specific workflows, and we identify things in the short term that we can fix with some developer support, and we identify things in the longer run that we might need some proposals or additional test beds or whatever to address. But throughout the whole process, we lift all boats in the geospatial space. And so I'm really interested in this reproducible aspect of these workflows, specifically regarding cloud computing.
Hi, this is Rich. I'm just piggybacking, and you mentioned, Josh, equitable. And while we may look at it in many different senses and many different scales, whether it's you're looking, international, regional, but also at the local level. I mean, there needs to be an understanding that no matter where we sit in different enterprises in different sectors and at different scales, there are limitations, whether it's infrastructure or access to the tools and resources. Many of the great, technologies that are being represented here are out of reach in many cases for some of those communities. But as Rich is suggesting, that the cloud kind of makes that more accessible, and it also can help in terms of the, making it more equitable as well. I would hope that would come out of this as well, because of all of the great minds and all the different institutions at the table here, is that the group, not just each singular participant who's working on their piece, will work together to help optimize the opportunity for the community to get access to these resources, whether it's in a concept of as a service or however you want to look at it, but how to make it more of a commodity and simple enough to get access to, more of a marketplace kind of a concept or context that, once it's been clearly defined, that someone should be able to go in, get what they need, whatever consumption amount they need, and not have to have, the full breadth of infrastructure and other things that would normally be necessary to support their specific instance. In this case of a disaster that, you know, can be episodic in many cases, depending on where you are as well. So just thinking about that in terms of, you know, just operationalizing and making it more efficient. And it's not like some of these things, we know they are out there. We know that there are those communities who can use it because they have the resources and funding and so forth. By bringing these together and making it a lot easier for the community to use it, and making it more supportable, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think, you know, Alan, that concept of a maturity model is very useful, but thinking about what Rich Signell said, you know, it may be that maturity, a large part of that is the available connectivity. So, you know, one area the connectivity allows for hourly updates of, you know, these image-based indicators to people at the site of disaster impacts. And another place, you know, daily or weekly may be the best that can be done. And so looking at the maturity of the use of the technology may in large part be the result of the connectivity issues. The one other thing that I wanted to mention, and this would be a good time, I think, for some feedback, is that we've talked about how do we implement engagement with the regional partners. And, you know, it's tough to have some sort of very formal and kind of gated process for those interactions when we would like them to be more continuous and more focused on the evolution of the technology and data. One of the ideas that we came up with was to see about some working partnerships, essentially some partnerships that might be able to be set up between, you know, organizations on the ground or the personnel for those organizations and some of the partners, the participants in our pilot. So, you know, if we have someone developing a client and we can have people to give a try of those, to try out apps, to provide ideas about how they could work with different client applications, that setting up that as a partnership with, you know, a periodic check-in or exchange of information might help with that sort of sustainable engagement.
Hi, Josh. Neil McCarthy from Trust Technology. Kind of stretching from your point just there back through to Angelica's point. I think it's very easy to become divorced from political, social, economic reality on the ground when we are in a bubble discussing disasters. I think that sort of partnership engagement becomes very fragile when you're trying to look almost for reference sites at that point, because you don't have this ability to get mass adoption of an entire approach, an entire solution, etc. I think, the reason I bring it up is that we work with the EU at the moment looking at small cities, towns, etc. And that might not seem very important, but it's actually where the vast majority of the EU's population lives. I'm currently in Italy, where, you know, there's plenty of earthquakes, things like that. But we have, 85% of Italy's population lives in towns under 10,000 people. And that has this gigantic absence of resource on the ground. So there's this element of making digital transformation, or the first step on the digital chain, very easy for them, because that actually then supports everything we want to do around disaster response, disaster management, etc. So, you know, I think it helps to look at it a little bit more holistically and come out of the bubble from time to time.
Hey, Josh.
Other comments?
Josh, this is Dave Jones. I think you know, that your request we might be able to satisfy that request through GeoCollaborate. I'm just wondering, can I share my screen just for a minute?
You certainly can. We'll see what comes of it. Let me find you on this list here.
I think I
In here somewhere.
I think I
You
could,
can just do it. Okay.
I think I
I
may,
never know
since I,
whether we have it set or not.
since I did it before, maybe I was able to do it. I just wanted to point this out because of you know, the comments that Angelica was making and the just the general discussion is that GeoCollaborate's designed to connect people in disparate locations in real time. So perhaps this example is how we supported the California National Guard during the August complex wildfire last year, where these yellow dots are sources of task orders from the California National Guard. The red polygons are FAA temporary flight restrictions. The California air assets were located at this airport. And this colorful thing, visualization, is the NOAA smoke model that's run every hour based on satellite imagery. So we're pulling in disparate products to be displayed in this collaborative common operating picture that could, you know, perhaps, you know, as I just go to this next one, be where all the partners, the sponsors, could just have this dashboard up. It's a URL, right? They don't have to install a thing. And any data sets that we test as a leader from all of the data providers from other agencies or organizations will appear in the follower in real time and then appear in the dashboard. So it could be a great way to engage everyone together so they can start to look at data sets that we might want to test and also products that are already trusted that could be used. I mean, we're engaged right now with the NOAA JPSS River Ice and Flooding Initiative. So we're specifically leveraging JPSS flood products that go into the Red River Basin and up in Alaska for their ice breakup season and all that stuff. And it's proven to be very effective to get data into people's hands. There's still the whole conversation that we need to have, obviously, that we've been having today about how do you create that data? What do you deliver as decision-ready information and all that sort of stuff? We're kind of at the tip of the spear where we're delivering this information to a decision maker. They can move around the map themselves. They can look at it and all that stuff and then provide feedback. Maybe that's what we can kick off in the summer in the first workshop, just by bringing everyone up to speed on how GeoCollaborate works and how it can accelerate anybody's products that they want to pull into this.
Dave, can you directly ingest GeoPackage?
So we haven't worked with GeoPackage yet. So there's and we're anxious to try. And GeoPackage itself, from what I know, if it's a heavy file size, one of the things we've had to consider, because this works on mobile devices, real-time collaborative environment, is that we have to consider the lowest common denominator, which is a smartphone, and we don't want to blow up everybody's data plan. So we have to be very judicious about the type of data that's delivered. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons we proposed to this, is to get more experience with GeoPackage and to provide feedback to the GeoPackage format to see how it might be adjusted or whatever to make it easy to share in a real-time collaborative environment.
You would probably more typically ingest something like GeoJSON if you wanted something that.
Yeah, we can do GeoJSON, JSONs, web map tiles, feature services, dynamic services, you know, KMLs, all that stuff. So the whole concept behind GeoCollaborate is to identify those trusted sources and then pull those into this collaborative environment so you can really accelerate. We call it turbocharging the decision-making process.
This is Al.
So this sort of availability of the collaborative clients, among others, does raise the question for me if we might want to have a specific focus in the workshop on developing these partnerships, essentially setting up a user community, a client user community in there are scenario regions, and some others as well that can, with support and understanding specifically who is in that community, we can get some of this usage and feedback as this data flow mechanisms are implemented.
This is Al. I want to mention from my experience during 9/11 that this gets very complicated. A common operating picture for situational awareness is, what we're all striving for. However, the complexity of a large-scale disaster event like 9/11 is unbelievably complex with many, many layers of response. So that one common operating picture is not going to do the trick. In New York City, we have 25 different agencies, all with field workers out in the field working the 9/11 incident. They were all separated from each other. The only connection point was the Emergency Mapping and Data Center at Pier 92, which did thousands and thousands of responses to requests for information and maps. When you add on top of that 20 federal agencies and 20 state agencies and the utilities, each one of them has their own operations, their own needs for data. You've got to really be able to parse that down to a very detailed level in order to fully satisfy the needs of a very complex and large disaster. So one common operating picture is not going to do it. You might need 50 operating pictures that you can pick and choose from and bring together as a master cop for decision makers. But this is very complicated.
I think maybe that alternate paradigm that we're looking at, Alan, is this idea that you have some base layers that are common, and then you have various indicators. And for a particular group or in a particular situation, there may be a set of indicator layers that form the most common picture that you can have, though they may not be all of the indicators that everybody's looking at. And maybe that might be a more effective or at least feasible paradigm for us than striving right away for a common operating picture per se. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm all for taking it step by step and doing the most effective things first. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Josh, this is Angelica. Yes, I want to make a comment on that, and you are hitting the nail on the head. I don't know if you, we have been in preparation for this OGC pilot. The director of CONIDA actually, and also in the framework of the celebration of the bicentennial independence, we are working on a mapathon for next week. At this moment, we have 500 participants of the mapathon, people from small towns, big cities, you name it. And when we were meeting, actually, this has been organized not only by CONIDA, but also the Ministry of Housing and Sanitation, CENEPRED, which is the organization that responds to they do preparedness. And then INDECI, which is the organization that responds to disaster. When we were talking, in the organization and they were providing requirements, they were completely different from two national organizations of the same country. So I agree that a single plan will not fit all the needs. And yesterday, when we had a workshop as a beginning to show the participants, because we don't know the level of knowledge they have. There was people from small municipalities talking about their problem in a different way as did INDECI and CENEPRED. So I think that the important piece here is that, yes, we need to guarantee that whatever is developed is scalable. But I also want to emphasize, we have so much political eyes on all these OGC projects. I wish that you can imagine that this is probably I don't know how was the OGC pilot in the past, but this is the one that I have been engaged the most, and I have never seen anything like this. So it is exciting, but it's also very nerve-wracking to know that people is watching what we do and how effective we will be.
Yeah, and it's really important for us to, take concrete actions based on, succinct questions, because it's completely paralyzing if we think about how all of these organizations and observers might react to everything we do. But keep reminding us that there are a feasible set of engagements that we really need to maintain to make this worthwhile.
And Josh, I just want to add to, I'm sorry, this is Dave, that we call this crawl, walk, run, where you bring a collaborative environment, which, yes, is very, very complex. We've been working on this technology for 9 years through the SBIR program and all that sort of stuff. So we've done years worth of testing and use cases and all that sort of stuff. But it's we have found that once you start and then you start sharing data into an environment, everyone's ideas start popping. They get motivated. Some want to work on making their data more easily served and better processed and available faster. Others want to focus on use cases. And GeoCollaborate is, just for your info, GeoCollaborate is being used now by multiple federal agencies to improve their sharing of information, whether it's by law or whether it's by, they want to do testing. And so it could be a great way to start to engage the, the partners. And, we haven't shown any of this yet, but individual instances of GeoCollaborate can also connect together and you can have other types of sharing going on. But yeah, we definitely agree it's complex. That's why it took us 9 years.
And maybe, this is Rich Signal again, maybe another way of saying, it could be crawl, walk, run. It could also be, build on success, a successful pathway through a complex space, and that the tool is not the goal, but the flexible toolkit is the goal that can rapidly deploy an app that meets the requirements of a particular stakeholder.
Yeah, it's good point, Rich. Yeah.
Can I, here, can I just have one thing? On one of the past pilot with maritime limits and boundary pilot, there was a similar situation, very political in nature, and the idea was was to try to not look at that, not to say ignore it, but just in the end, we're here at the OGC because we don't have a full-blown tangible solution / pathway to resolve the challenge that we're here today, which is to integrate EO from source and make sure that is addressed, then that it addresses the need to support disaster management response and all that. My perspective from what we've been trying to do so far is that sponsors do provide money to the OGC to see created an interoperable solution that will be created again through the industry by that is located internationally everywhere. I believe that the responsibility of this pilot, what needs to be communicated efficiently, is its findings and also the solution that we may recommend or the pathways that we identified as being critical or the things that are actually needed or must have in order to provide the needed intelligence to support and frame disaster management response overall. And I don't get me wrong, but the money that Canada put into this is coming from Canadian contributors. So there is definitely some ties to that perspective, and I bet similarly with other sponsors. But not to say that I don't want to have a direct impact to the world. I think that we're striving to that anyway. But before we can run, coming back to the analogy, I think we still need to do significant amount of technology testing, identification of proper path, proper indices, and nomenclature and ontology and classification, and how do you link all those processes back to the latest new EO data we can now acquire today in order to set the stage for maybe an all-inclusive disaster management approach at some point. Even so, there will never be one solution that solves it all, but it could definitely set the stage to resolve maybe for 70% of the requirements that is seen for a while in disaster perspective. I don't know if that resonates with anybody else, but I hope so.
This is Joel Schlegel for U.S. Federal GeoPlatform, and I would like to echo or piggyback on what you just said, Sebastian. I think from a United States government federal perspective, it's the process, it's the standardization of workflows, the standardization of ontologies, it's the standardization and actually completing of metadata that's going to enable any of these technologies to work. Inundation hazards, flood, health, recipes, all the data formats, all the open standards that we work so hard on are really going to succeed when people can understand, find authoritative data and understand the content. And whether it's a GeoPackage or GeoJSON, we know how to convert one to the other. We know how to move them around. We all have the tools for that. It's understanding that I have the right one and that I understand what's in it that will allow me to build an automated process to either produce it or consume it, I think is so important to be part of this discussion. Thank you.
Well, one way we put this often is that the pilots in OGC universe are where we figure out the practices which allow the standards to be useful. And I've had many conversations with Rich Fraser about exactly what we're going to end up with. And I think one way we put it, which I think accords with both what Joel and Sebastian said, was that we're trying to provide guidance for others to be able to operationalize the systems that we prototype. So we're not providing anything operational. We're not even providing specific solutions, but we are providing that information on the value and place of interoperability, the use of standards, the practices of sharing information that should go into anyone's plan to operationalize the capabilities that we're demonstrating in these sorts of pilots. So I hope that is still something that we have some consensus on going forward to.
Yeah. Hey, Josh, this is Joel Schlegel for GeoPlatform again. So I'm totally tracking. OGC has a mission, right? The open standards and open interoperability. So I'm of course tracking there. Maybe just expressing my I think others have referred to how long they've been doing this, but I think I too express my decade of desire for interoperability and just recognize that the use of open standards hasn't gotten us exactly the interoperability we're looking for, or the complete interoperability. We know we've solved a lot of problems with open standards and standards-based interoperability, but it's the content that's killing us right now, or the content is the hurdle that I see.
So we have a lot of things that we're looking to load into the workshop here, and we're only going to do this for a couple days. So I think this is a good start to figuring out what we can actually accomplish and who we need at the table, so to speak, in order to do that. But there's some really, I think, important ones that your discussion has added to this. Some of that is that we figure out the forms of engagement which can keep us connected to the needs of diverse communities. One of them is to have some sense of the policy environment within which particularly the information sharing and the actionability of information is implemented. I'm not quite sure how to do that or who can do that, but that is an element that we might want to include. Another one that I want to show in, add in, because it always comes up, towards the end of not seeing it involved in prototype activities, and then someone says, well, this is completely useless because you don't have security. So I think it would be useful to include some consideration from the various stakeholders of what their security concerns are and ways in which we can incorporate that into what we test, what we experiment with. We have at least one mechanism in terms of data-centric security that we'll have available to work with, and with some creativity will let us experiment with concerns of different types in terms of propriety, privacy, authenticity, and so on, using that mechanism to provide some guidance for others that might be implemented. And I think this idea of setting up partnerships, user communities or stakeholder communities to work with components as appropriate, so in a manageable way that actually provides useful feedback without a lot of support overhead. I think if we work that out right, that could be very helpful both for the participants and for those users. But I think we need to refine that a bit more in developing our workshop content. I wanted to cover just a couple other pieces of this. So we talked about the stakeholders and roles, and we've talked about having people to set up some of the recipes to define or update some of the recipes that we would at least like to start with that may also in fact form part of this common base along with base layers for workers, for users to start with in starting to define what their specific needs might be, their uncommon operating picture. The last thing I'd love to turn to, though, is how we can get feedback and work together on this problem of collaboration. And how do we move from the physical analysis center to replicating whatever essential elements of those we need in a distributed and really kind of ad hoc sense. And I think that GeoCollaborate along with other tools can play an important role in those, but maybe we need to think about what other things, elements, information, practices, partnerships are needed to really address this.
So Josh, this is Rich. Again, as I mentioned that earlier, that's one of my big concerns, and especially in the way of collaboration, recognizing while each of these may be set up as separate deliverables, there's certainly some integration and crosswalking that needs to be done in terms of each of the deliverables in some way that can support each of the deliverables along the way as well. One of the things that stood out for me yesterday in the introductions that many of the participants provided, it was very interesting, but there wasn't a lot of time for that, as I think to help create that greater collaboration and whether it's ad hoc or more formal relationships, it would be great, and especially even from my standpoint, to better understand some of the work products, services, tools, and things, so forth that the participants may have or generated in the past. And I would offer that I think that would be a really good way to help others also know where there's some good touch points and checkpoints with others that may help generate some of those additional collaborations and our partnerships.
Hey, Josh,
So there's a couple. Oh, go ahead,
Sorry,
Deed.
you go ahead.
No.
Okay, I was just going to quickly say, in connection with that, perhaps on other pilots I've worked on at OGC, we've had the an OGC GitHub, and where in the issues there, people could publish, oh, here's a web service, here's a repository, or here's a link to a service that you can use, an API, and then so in those issues was sort of a starting point of where we could collaborate, and then obviously down the road you have catalog services and things set up where there's a more automated way. But initially, informally, we interacted via the GitHub to make some of those connections.
Yeah, so we have two distinct levels of that interaction. And I think it's really helpful to distinguish those because the understanding of this, I think, does vary a bit among more or less experienced participants. So when we look at something like this, you think, well, these are the components that people are going to implement. But the work of the pilot is these lines, is these interactions. And that's, the standards come in when we take these pieces, which are standalone pieces, or in many cases are elements of more integrated systems, and we say, well, how can we implement this interaction between any two components of this type? And that's a big part of the work of the pilot, is to implement these components, test and experiment with their interactions, find out, okay, this operation, this request works, this one doesn't, it fails for this kind of data, what do we need to know more about the standard, or are there gaps in the specification? How can we make those communications between components work, and work in an interchangeable fashion, even if two components are in the same software stack, that they can still connect with be interchanged with other components as the situation requires. So on top of that, on top of the way that these components can interact, we have collaboration in terms of data. And so that collaboration that I'm talking about in the workshop is really, how do we collaborate on what data we have, what analysis we can do, what information we need, based on the flows of information, and that's both data and metadata by way of the registry and search catalogs, as mediated by these components. So what that means is we have this exchange of data, and we have implementation of processing, so services that are available from these components, and information about both of those. But there's another layer on top, which is agreements that have been made and requirements that have been expressed, and feedback which has been provided, that guide the way that these components interact to produce value. And so the experienced participants, as I noticed in the responses, already were coming up with, okay, this is the way that our components are going to interact. Might have jumped ahead a little bit, but they understand from prior initiatives, this is what we do. We look at how these components can interoperate and interchange. On the top of that, we then pursue the value that we can add, the collaborations between users, between stakeholders, that this can facilitate. So the workshop is really the pilot, this kickoff, the weekly meetings we have, the collaboration we have in GitLab, the information we provide each other about how to use each other's components. That's the I would say the protein and starch of the pilot. But the you know, the sugars and the carbohydrates are the collaboration that we enable with that. So what we're talking about in terms of this, you know, distributed collaboration is how do we use those tools? Where were we? Here we are. How do we use those tools to support these interactions between people when they're not in the same room, when they are, you know, sitting in different countries in front of different clients or tools, and you know, how do we convey by distribution their collaborative stuff, their collaborative juices between each other? And I think there's a lot of possible pieces to that solution. Absolutely, geo-platform, geo-collaborate, and we may, and you know, ideally we have alternatives, right? We have a form of collaboration that works with geo-platform, form that works with geo-collaborate. We have not really talked about or defined the level of interoperability which would, you know, so this is a an information level above the service interactions that would allow anyone to get on any one of these tools and pick up, continue, or join into one of these collaborations. That's another step. I don't know if we'll get there, but just having one supported collaboration medium and maybe a couple would be, I think, fantastic. Sorry, I got running again on my my soapbox. I've stepped off, and others, please.
Zal, maybe I can give a quick example. During 9/11, we were overwhelmed by information requests and need to response. It helped us immeasurably to farm out some of the aerial photography that had to be done on almost a daily basis to our collaborators at the state in Albany. They took charge of that. They did the contracting, they collected the data, they did the interpretation, and they shipped it all down to us in New York City. Those kind of collaborative centers of expertise or virtual support centers could come in very, very handy when you are totally and completely overwhelmed by a disaster situation. You can only do, you know, so much. Having centers of expertise that you can hook into your virtual EOC, which I think Josh is one of your ideas. You know, it'd be wonderful to create an expansive environment like that.
I'm just throwing in here some of the suggestions that have been made, and we definitely can see where they might go.
Josh, does it help to have data transformation tool there? So that, you know, bearing in mind that when a disaster hits, there's stuff in systems that are not standardized at all. You can just suck it in, standardize it, and then share it with others.
Absolutely. That's why safe software will always have business, for one.
Okay, I'm happy because we'll always do business too. So Corteza does that by default.
Excellent.
Take from any source at all, parse it, drop it in, converts everything. Ultimately, right now it's JSON. Ultimately, it'll be JSON LD.
Mm-hmm. So we have tools that we can work with, but we certainly have two other steps maybe we can deal with, which is what are the collaboration paradigms that these tools might support, and what experiments can we do to test that? Sorry, go ahead, whoever I interrupted.
Sorry, this is Mark over at Amazon. I just put a like a 2016 era link. Is originally from Digital Globe, now Maxar.
Mm-hmm.
About, you know, early days using the object store as a shared repository. And I want to kind of speak to what Joel mentioned earlier, right? About, you know, authoritative content. So maybe less catalogs, less standards, more really just simply, you know, I'm Digital Globe. If you think about this blog post, right, and how they're doing this, they have a lot of folks that are interested in their data. they're just simply using the object store. And they're literally handing out a key pair to allow people to use any number of tools to access the data.
Mm-hmm.
But the most important thing is, right, so I am the producer of this data. I'm making it available in this very simple to understand, remember bucket, Ecuador-earthquake, literally, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's all you need to know if you know anything about S3 to get access to authoritative data, right? So, for example, Jill's point, it's like, you just can't dump the data there, or I think maybe Rich mentioned it either also, but, it's not just a matter of dumping data in an object store. It's also, have you done the proper work of, metadata, curating the data, right, and making that available? That's been going on for a long time. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, this is kind of the entry level sharing authoritative. There's no question as to whether this is authoritative data or not. It's in this bucket. It comes from the producer of the data, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think we could do the same kind of thing, but we'd like to go a little bit further. Obviously, that's where things like, it's probably not a catalog. It's probably something like a stack index that when new data, for example, one more TIFF file with less cloud cover lands in that bucket that everybody knows about, everybody's system, and this is where GeoCollaborate, Cartesian, GeoPlatform, all these other applications will automatically get updated. Why? Because they're getting like SNS notification or something, and then the data is the metadata, or the data you need is in the stack index.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if I've seen that yet in a disaster response system where when you make a change at the root level, everybody's system gets automatically updated, etc. I'll stop there.
So there's always a lot to parse in your comments, Mark. I appreciate. But the two that I'd like to pick out, one is that the cloud platforms just raise the level at which everyone else can start. And it's worth saying that periodically, that there is so much of the mechanics and wrangling that we don't have to cover, and we can start from the level of an S3 bucket of authoritative updated information and add value from there. And it's important, I think, for us not to forget that. But the second is, you brought up update driven architectures computing, and so we haven't really touched on that. It is part of, it's mentioned the CFP, a few people brought it up. We haven't really addressed that. We'll need to have some measures to support that for sure, because disasters are all event driven. Nobody wants to be requesting stuff. And I'm glad you brought that up, and now I can say we will need to deal with that at some point.
Yeah, and then, for those who don't know what we're talking about, right? All we're really talking about is it's not batchy data, it's not static data. This is streaming Earth observation data, constantly changes. So obviously, for example, the stack index is not static; it changes all the time. So how do you do that simply? So it's part of best practice for object store, probably across the board, is when you land something, when whoever is creating the data lands something and puts something to the bucket, that bucket then has an event then basically notifies all of the tools that need to know about it. And it's really just as simple as that. You don't have to build that. Those services already exist.
Yeah, this is Dave. That's a great way of explaining that, and that's exactly what happens, like with NOAA GOES data, satellite imagery that's being updated. When people have turned that layer on to look at it, whenever that satellite image is updated, it updates, and it's an excellent way to go to make sure you have the latest information when you want to keep seeing a particular data layer update.
And just because I'm a kind of a history nerd on this kind of stuff, the original one was the NOAA NEXRAD data when we first did that. So Doppler radar data, 1.5 million updates every day. It's trivial to sign up to it.
I'd like to challenge people, though. Go ahead, Rich, and then I'll.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, what Mark was just talking about, it does raise also that we've got some really fundamental things that we don't know how to do with cloud data yet. Like, we have the stack catalog that works well for remote sensing data. People have tried to extend that to modeling, and dimensional data, and ran into some problems. Okay, so how do we connect, and how do we connect those worlds to the ISO metadata CSW world? How do we represent data that's in a particular type of data that meets a particular data model with say corresponding metadata that allows it to be used by certain applications? How do we represent that in the metadata? And how do we search for that and find that in the metadata? So we have Stack is a great example of something that works for a particular type of data on the cloud, but we need to expand that to have something that works with the other types of data that we need to use in these kind of pilots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of our attitude toward ARD. This is a great specific idea. Let's blow it up.
So I just wanted to add to that. So I'm glad Rich made that point, right? So how do we leverage kind of the history around things like Cog and Stack for other kinds of data? But I also want to add, right? So the community is in multidimensional areas, right? But I'm kind of worried about that. I think we should kind of roll that back to more simple 2D space. I think we have a win if we could just do all of that, and all we're really doing with the optical data is WMS and maybe tiling on the end, and that's already a win. We're making it, this is like a new, I don't know, maybe we're making the problem too complex, right? We should start with the simple pattern, and really what we're talking about is, if you have a satellite overhead, right, how do we reduce the time to make that available to n number of application layers without everybody having to kind of reinvent the wheel or update themselves, right? How do we do that automatically? And that alone would be a win. And then after that we can talk about more complex things like time series and dimensional arrays, right? Can we just get the best cloud-free coverage available as quickly as possible? Because I'm somebody on the ground looking at my phone wondering if my house is going to burn down.
So what I want to do, because we just have about 15 minutes left, is we talked a lot about I think provisioning and the different computing layers that are involved in that, and which layer is what particular sharing and interoperability problems are occurring at. But I would like to focus on this issue of the analysis and mapping center paradigm.
Excuse me, Josh, we don't see your screen. Thank you. Sorry.
So, I mean, you learn things, right? You think, okay, a GoToMeeting is sharing an application, but no, they're sharing a segment of my screen and pretending that's the application. So I have to stop fidgeting with the window. Thank you. So what I'm saying is that there is this challenge, not only of, once we've identified what is needed and who it needs to go to, of implementing those logistics and continuing to implement those logistics, but how do we establish the collaboration that leads to the need for those logistics in the first place? And I think one thing that's been clear from disaster experience is that preparation is fine, but it's not adequate. You can do all of the planning you want, and then the disaster hits and you have to replan. You have to react and adapt. And that happens through collaboration among a variety of stakeholders. And the mechanism that has been traditionally reliable is they get in the same room at a table with some visual aids and figure it out. And we have the opportunity with this wide variety of tools to make this possible on a wider scale, to make this possible where the right people cannot get in the same room together, but they can get on the same platforms together. They can use mechanisms to share information. And we want to really ask how the workshop may be able to address that, figure out to give us some direction in how they could use the tools we develop to get that functionality, that capability.
Hey, Josh, this is Dave. I think that's a great approach. You know, this is a problem that's existed for many, many years, and the collaborative capability is what has been needed to kind of accelerate that process. It may not be the be all and end all for everyone's particular use case, but it's exactly, you kind of slid your window over a little bit more. We can't see it again. But there you go.
Yeah, the problem is it's underneath another window on my screen that you can't see. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the grand challenge that we addressed under the Small Business Innovation Research proposal back in 2011 was a NASA grand challenge for how do federal agencies, how can they access and share data across platforms? And so this is really a great opportunity to start to redefine the Emergency Ops Center. You know, the Weather Service describes it as delivering impact-based decision support services, IDSS. How do you do that without having to be in the same room at the same time? And, you know, we're looking forward to participating in this part with you.
Sebastian Zohan here from the platform. I just want to say that this conversation about collaboration is of high interest to us. We strived and we realized that 90% of the data today acquired is actually geo-based. So in order to leverage any intelligence out of geo collaboration is a bare minimum requirement. And whether that is to do just the data exchange, but data treatment, finding, integration in law, legislation, whatever, collaboration is at the heart of it all. And we're taking a lot of a lesson learned from Geo Platform in the US as they are deploying the capacity to create communities there under their platform to sustain the operations. And anyway, I think that this whole idea behind collaboration is to be brought beyond data exchange, but digital enablement overall, where people are granted a space where they can really do efficient collaboration. So it's just a little thing I wanted to drop in there. But yeah, this is obviously an important point there. And lastly, there's a lot of tools out there. I don't know how you guys are planning to select one for this pilot or something, or how you're planning to achieve that. I'm still not clear as to what we're trying to do with this slide.
So it's a big challenge. I don't think we'll solve it, but we have a number of tools available. We have a task, which is recipe development, that we can address. And we have the opportunity to do some experiments. And so I guess that's what I'm asking is, what do you think are some experiments that we might consider doing and that we can, you know, discuss with our collaborators in the workshop and come up with some ideas for trying out collaboration and seeing if they're a reasonable analog of the table in the room or not.
So I would just suggest, you know, we have this URL at least as a starting point for a GeoCollaborate data sharing session. It could have multiple credentials so we can hand leadership off to other people so they can add their data sets. It's kind of an approach to create that collaborative environment. The data that they share would have to be served, either as a service, CSV, KML, something like that. And once someone shares their data, it appears on everyone else's system, no matter where they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I guess whoever has a service that produces something, it could be like an OGC features API or an Esri feature service or something. It would be good if we had someplace on GitHub where people could say, okay, this is something I'm publishing. And then, of course, if we want to pull that into clients such as GeoCollaborate, then it's pretty easy. And there could be other clients that are consuming them as well. So that might be one place to start. And I was thinking just in terms of experiments, I mean, for each of those project or those incident areas, we could certainly start with some background satellite imagery, what latest available, and then perhaps some base map on, population data and transportation from OSM and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think there's some good ideas here. The one that I'm hearing is what I'm often colloquially called map chat. So collaboration messages, resolutions, products, outcomes that are map based, and involve a map composition, a map context is one way to express that. So that is certainly an approach that we could explore. I think there are others, but that is a good one to consider. Other thoughts on this challenge?
Well, this is Rich again. I like the idea of kind of like reproducible kind of notebook kind of things that can then be like turned into like apps, so that you can kind of see the entire workflow if you want to.
I'm glad you brought that up. It was something niggling at my mind that I'd forgotten, and that was exactly it. So excellent. Others?
A lot of well, and just to follow on that, a lot of times, you want to see how these indicators got created, right? Like, you don't want to just say, okay, oh, all right, I got red light, green light. You want to know how exactly that all happened.
Exactly.
Yeah, let me throw out that, certainly here in the US, the idea of being able to collaborate across government levels for emergency support functions, let's say water quality, and have EPA, DEC at the state level and DEP at the city level, all actually talking to each other with common data. Each has its own data sets relating to water. They rarely see each other or interact with each other, but it's certainly a common important area, and you could do experiments across levels of government.
So that has an aspect of maybe from a policy perspective, safe space, right? So some place that is sort of steps out of the sort of bilateral negotiations that are the normal interaction medium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So maybe that, is part of the experiment, is figuring out what auspices make sense for this collaborations.
Yeah, another way to look at it is also geographically, which is New York City and Westchester County. How do we seam our data at our borders if we want to address a major disaster that cuts across the borders?
Oh, that's always so dismaying. You don't want to do that. All right.
Josh,
Well, yeah.
I just wanted to ask quick before we wrap up, are we planning to sort of meet as a whole group for the next few weeklies and then at some point split out by those scenarios, you know, across like flood and health, or are we going to just keep meeting as a whole group? I'm just kind of curious about that, the mechanic.
So I would suggest we meet next Tuesday as a whole group, and at that meeting we discuss what working groups would be most efficient to see if we've gotten far enough in terms of delineating the work. I'm not sure that we have, and it would be great to spend the next 2 hours doing that, but I think we're all pretty wiped out by the 8 hours so far. So that would be my plan, is let's on Tuesday meet together, the participants, and figure out if we have enough in the way of delineation of tasks to form some working groups that can meet separately. And I appreciate ideas about that. As I said, we'll get the GitLab collaboration up and running, but the GitLab is already set up. You can hop into it. And so if you want to start, you know, creating a wiki page with the work groups or task groups that you think would be useful, then please go ahead and we'll tackle that on Tuesday. So just to wrap up a bit, I think this has been great. We've covered a lot of ground. There's a lot more ground to go, but we've made, I think, the start that we needed to make. We'll figure out these logistics in terms of getting all the observers and all of the team members onto the portal project and access to GitLab and other resources that we need. And I will go through and work on some notes from the recordings. I'll also make the recordings available on the portal folder to work from, and we'll go from there.
Hey, Josh.
Any last thoughts from Rich?
Yes, sorry. Is Angelica still there? I hope.
Yes, I am here. Yes.
Don't forget to mention the Mapathon. That's very important because that'll give the participants an opportunity.
I was actually thinking of putting well, if you look on the internet, Peru Mapathon 2021. Let me add this on the chat. This will be yes. So we have at the moment more than 500 participants. I just look at the dashboard from, I don't know how many municipalities. We are putting groups together. So it is very exciting because it is it's an event supported by by the Humanitarian Open Street Mapping, ESRI, Amazon, many local commercial organizations, Master Gs, the government, the local organizations. So it is very exciting because this is the first time that Peru is going to see their 0.7 meter data. And we'll be working with that data to map buildings and roads and waterways. So if you are interested in more information, let us know. And how does anyone get permission to participate? You just register. We can forward through Josh the information about registration. I think that is open until today at midnight. And so, yeah, welcome to anyone who wants to see the community in action. This would be, yeah, go ahead, Rich.
One of the most important things I think, Angelica, that we were talking about is I know that some folks are probably interested in understanding more about PeruSat-1, which is one of the resources that will be available, the imagery resources and so forth from that, especially in context of the project in Peru. And then also we're looking at, you know, in terms of agreements and possibilities on how that can support broader use. So this will be a good opportunity to get an introduction, understand a little bit more about the platform, as well as during the Mapathon exercise, you and anyone else on your team who signs up and participates in the Mapathon will have access to the Perusat data in support of the Mapathon. So highly encourage if you have one of the deliverables that ties to and or is related to that, this is a great opportunity, and that event will be going on all next week. I did put the link to the Mapathon website they have, and the registration is on one of the pages there.
So is this, hey Rich, is this, I just clicked on the link, is this data that's in this ArcGIS hub, is this available as feature services, these data layers?
One of the key strategic resources that will be used is currently in the process of that being orchestrated as part of this pilot.
Oh, great. Yeah, that'll feed right into GeoCollaborate. That's awesome.
All right. Well, we've come to the end of our scheduled time, and want to respect everyone's time commitments by thanking you for proposing to participate and agreeing to participate and being patient with some of the logistics of participation. But this is going to be a great group to work with, and I'm really looking forward to the progress we make. So we'll be in touch.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Josh.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.